who the fuck is Zant?
He's from Majora's Mask.
No, he's not.
No,
He's not Majora's Mask. I meant Twilight Princess.
Okay,
Sorry.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
I would if it was
Sorry.
Majora's Mask, I'd remember that shit.
No, I haven't played Majora's Mask.
That's the best Zelda game ever.
Yeah, it's the best.
You're not
The
missing anything.
first one I played was Ocarina of Time, and then Wind Waker, and then I haven't beat any other game. Oh, I did beat Link's Awakening, but that wasn't very long. But I started Twilight Princess, then didn't finish it. I started
Twilight
Skyward Sword, didn't
Princess
finish it,
is so good.
and then I started and almost beat Call of the Wild, but then Neo had to go and take his game back and then lose it. So
Twilight Princess is the best Zelda game.
Twilight Princess really is amazing.
I don't know.
It's
I
so
have to
good.
say Wind Waker is the best.
Wind Waker's amazing. They're all so good. I love them all for different reasons. It's almost apples and oranges to me. Like I can't compare Wind Waker.
Wind Waker
to...
is just so cute. It's just the happiest
It is.
of
It's
all
the
of them.
cutest and happiest, but also like it has one of the coolest stories of all of them. I love
really
the, like,
does.
sunken Hyrule motif.
And it's like
Story,
kind
the
of
aesthetic
open
of it.
world.
Yeah, the
It's
aesthetic's
kind of
amazing.
open world too.
It's
To a
super
degree.
charming with all of the characters, even though they don't fucking like most of them don't even talk hardly. It's just it's full of charm.
Oh, and my favorite part of the entire game is one when you're stalking the girl and you just make cat noises. It's just the best. And she's like, "What's that?" And then whenever you have the bird girl, you're just like, "Come on, come on!" And then you just do it over and over again until you annoy everyone in the room.
The best
great.
voiceover in that game is the one where you play the mini game with the guy that's like Battleship.
Yes.
Kaboom!
Kaboom!
Splish! Kaboom! Splish! Yeah.
That one is.
Oh,
Oh
no,
my god, that
Tingle,
game is so
Tingle
good.
was really good in that too.
Okay, also Tingle and Hyrule Warriors is just so extra. I don't know if any of
He'd
you
have to
played
be,
them.
right?
He like runs, but he like has his ass propped up, and he's like, "Home, home, home," every time he runs. It's something special.
Okay, go for inspiration. I'm gonna get the link.
Do it
I
right
already
now.
voted.
Play Majora's Mask. It's delightful. It's wonderful. It's my personal favorite. Play Majora's Mask. It's
Does anyone have it? I can borrow it.
Nah, I don't.
That's what I thought. Actually, I think
It's somewhere.
Neo might have it for the 3DS.
There's the
I'll
link.
ask him when he gets on.
There's the link.
I don't have enough to play it. I have too many games to play. I still need to beat The Witcher 3. I played like maybe 8 hours of it. Okay, that's a lie. Maybe like 20, but I didn't get very far.
I really do want to finish Twilight Princess at some point. I started it, never finished it, and I've heard from multiple people whose opinions I normally disagree with but still respect that it's the best Zelda. And I feel like I owe it
Princess.
to at least finish it.
Twilight Princess was the only Zelda game I ever, even all the way back to my childhood and all the way through Breath of the Wild, like got up out of my seat in the boss battle at the end because I was that excited. I was like losing my mind.
Really? That's amazing.
It's real good.
It's,
Now that
Is
I
it?
think about it,
It's also
I
the
don't
only
know
Zelda
how to-
game that's made me cry before.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
that's a lie. The ending of Wind Waker
Yeah,
got me too.
Wind Waker, Ocarina, they all have. I don't know if any of them haven't.
Boy, I don't know if I've ever gotten emotional during a single Zelda game ever.
Oh, what are you, a fucking coward?
Navi
No, I'm
leaving
just-
broke soul
Oh,
when I was about 12 or
Fuck
whatever.
Navi.
That's fair.
I
Just remember
was
that-
a boy.
She was okay.
Everyone hated her during the game, but then you didn't want her to leave. It was so sad.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
just
we didn't want her to go. Just shut up.
Exactly.
So you can't.
Just
You
like
can't
tone
say,
it down a bit. You can hang around, just like quiet down.
You
she
can't
has
say
to
with a
make
straight
up
face
for all the
that Majora's
silence
Mask
Link does.
is your favorite one if you don't respect the tragedy of Navi leaving, because Majora's Mask is all about Link going after
Yeah.
Navi.
I mean, it starts with that, but that's not what it's really about.
That's what the whole thing is about. It's all
I
about
have-
the 5 stages of grief and
Really
Link
is.
processing his loss of Navi.
I do like that take on it, but I was 12 when I played Majora's Mask. I wasn't there yet.
That's fair.
No,
I like how
Majora's Mask
Sequo's
is
like,
all
I was
about
young. Sorry.
It's just the futility of your actions and doing the same thing over and over again because this game's boring.
I don't know. I don't think it was a perfect game. I just think it had arguably the best music of the franchise, but Wind Waker's real close. A wonderful story that I love. It was real dark. The mechanics held up. Like, you go back and play Ocarina of Time, and spoiler alert, it has not aged very well. Majora's Mask.
Can't
did. I don't know.
You can't say that.
I
They're
can't.
the same mechanics. They're identical.
No, they're not. They're so much tighter.
No, they play identically.
Okay.
That's an
literally
upgrade of
the
time
exact same
just
shit.
like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was still a total delight. I loved it.
All right. That's.
I will say that even though I hated Majora's Mask, the remakes are very gorgeous for both Ocarina and Majora. They did a really good job with the remakes. So
All right.
I played the 3D Ocarina, but I never played the Majora's remake.
I haven't played either, and I'm kind of kicking myself over it still.
So to kill a little more time while people vote on this poll, you get one remake of any one old game.
Where's
What do you do?
Of
Zelda
any
or
one
anything?
old game?
In any game, you get a
Oh,
fresh
jeez.
modern remake. And let's say that we're like they're going all out like the Final Fantasy VII remake. Like you get a really really intense remake of any old game. What do you do?
I don't want to sit here and think about it too long because I think my gut instinct and instant answer is Mario RPG, and I
It
don't
has
think I
to
should
be.
change it.
Right, it has to be.
I think all the games I played ended up getting remakes, and they were not that good all sometimes. But like, I used to love the Star Wars Battlefront 2 game for the PS2,
Yeah,
and the
heard a lot of
new
that.
Star Wars Battlefront. I played some of it. I'm like, this is horrible. It's garbage.
Okay.
See, I'm kind of torn in this decision because I was like I had one in mind until you were like, oh, they'd remake it like Final Fantasy VII, which is great, but it's like the kind of game that I was thinking of. I'm not sure if I'd want them to remake it and like change the way it plays at all.
Y'all got.
I'd really want them to just remake Snake Eater, but not change the gameplay at all. Just like make it fucking look like Metal Gear Solid 5
Okay.
and get rid of all the
Chickens, man.
shitty cameras.
Okay.
And don't change the gameplay or the story or the acting or any of that at all. Just like make it look better, and I'd
Literally
be
just make
happy,
it
and I would
pretty?
never have to play any other game again.
Sure.
Yeah, just make it pretty.
Hello?
Make it pretty. Fix some of the dated camera shit and those weird control mechanics, but like
Y'all-
don't change the way it plays at all. Like I don't want Metal Gear Solid 3 to become Revengeance, but
Anyone?
Hi,
I
we hear you.
Frisk.
We can hear you.
just
We're
talking
just-
over
we're
you.
just-
I'm
ranting.
ranting. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys! Every time someone starts bringing up Zelda, y'all don't shut up. But
In my defense, that rant wasn't about Zelda.
This was about
exactly.
games.
It's true.
Anyway, y'all got the link.
Yeah, we've had plenty
Yeah, I
of time to
voted
vote.
already.
Inspiration to Gale, Nomad, and Nordo. Let me reset this shit.
What is the worst Zelda game?
To
Breath of the
Is
Wild.
it the trains?
Two.
I've always heard people hate the trains one.
Please never talk about the worst Zelda game, or we'll be here for hours. I am cutting this off
Especially
here.
like
We
as
are
we got
switching. We are done. We're playing the.
Let's all agree so that Drake can be happy that it's Breath of the Wild, and then we'll talk about our real picks after the session.
Okay.
Okay.
It's the greatest Zelda game.
Oh, hey,
I'll
Flick.
come right out and say it right
Flick.
now that I think Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass weren't like the worst games, but as far
What
as
did I
handheld
just
Zelda
say,
games,
Philo?
What is the
Motherfucker.
one? What is the one with the four? Anyways, Flick, do you have
Forest
Majora's
Wars?
Mask for D? Yeah, do you have Majora's Mask
Yeah.
for
Are you
3DS?
serious? Are we still here?
Well, I want to ask him if I can borrow it.
Sure.
Thanks.
All right. We're going to be down him up for a little while. He's going to be joining us late and then probably also leaving us a little early. It's his birthday. Don't say anything yet because he's not here. If you say happy birthday now, you're wasting your energy.
Or he could just watch the vlogs.
Well, yeah, that, I suppose. But anyway, when he gets
I
here,
already beat you guys to it.
when he gets here, we'll tell him happy birthday. Oh my god, cool spot. Holy
Hashtag remake
fuck.
cool spot.
Wow. Wow, that game
What?
existed. That game was great.
It did. It was
What
a fun
game?
game. It was just like a promotional Sprite game. I bet it came with a Sprite bottle or something.
Probably.
Probably did.
Or no, it was 7-Up, right? Because you played as the dot from
Yeah.
the 7-Up
Yeah, it
bottle.
was 7-Up.
Dude, I gotta go
Did
pull
does
this
Sprite
shit
have
up.
a mascot?
It was
I'm
the
confused.
dot from the 7-Up bottle. You were a little red dot
Does,
with
does Sprite
cool
have a
emoji
mascot?
sunglasses. And you ran around and collected something? What did you collect?
You collected. I think you just collected other dots.
You're right.
I think so.
It
There
was
were like
so
bonus
good.
levels when you were in a giant bottle of Sprite or 7-Up or whichever.
Uh-huh.
It was.
And
Yeah, there it is.
I remember the graphics for like the bubbles in the Sprite bottle really impressed me for some reason.
Yeah,
'Cause it
absolutely.
was-
They were
it
so
was-
cool.
It was mode 7 as fuck.
And there were
I
the
think, if I remember right.
giant
I-
enemy crabs.
Did you guys ever play Zombies Ate My Neighbors though?
Nah.
No, I never
What?
did.
Oh my god.
Are we sure that's like a promotional game? Because like, there's no branding on that box anyway.
See
There's
7 up
7
in the
Up right
bottom left
there.
corner.
Where are you guys
Bottom
seeing
left,
this
There it is,
at?
bottom left corner.
Roll
Where's
20
this
chat.
at? Oh,
Oh,
I
there
was
it is. Okay.
everywhere but here. Do you guys remember the Captain Crunch game that came
Oh my
with like
god.
Oh, the
you had like the little
Yeah.
crunchling and you like took him skateboarding?
wait, no, not that one. I was thinking of
Is
the.
that even a game?
What am I thinking of? I was thinking of the Doom clone.
Hey
Check
guys,
left.
D&D.
The Olympics made like a
What's-
weird
not playing
promotional
today.
game that was a platformer. It was weird.
No, I
liked it.
am
He's
with
talking about
Chris.
Chex Quest, I think.
Okay, all
I
right.
can go back to bed.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're really gonna play
Moving
D&D.
on.
We didn't get to play Sunday, so I'm itching just like Frisk is. So let's do it. Let's play some D&D. We still have Nordo today, which is great because we kind of left in the middle of more cliffhangery action shit. Last week you guys did a fuckload of shit. On the God Shell. You went through the tower. You did a whole bunch of shit. I'm gonna assume that everyone here has read the recap or knows what happened, so that we can jump straight into action. When we left off, you guys had just watched. Let me pull you over to the map. Pew. Pew. Let's see, pulling these up. You guys had just watched as this enormous ship over here had just summoned a second ship, as well as a flock of air elementals. And immediately after that, the smaller ship, entrenched in lightning, had done its ramming maneuver to basically fire itself as a bolt directly into the portal, seemingly destroying the smaller ship and causing the larger ship to suddenly blink out of existence in a flash of light. And that is basically exactly where we left off. We are gonna be in, like, pseudo-initiative for a little bit. We're still in action. I'm not gonna go straight to initiative because, like, you're all on the same ship. But we'll start with going, like, back and forth, and we'll go from there because there's still action-y shit happening. Let's see, we already did inspiration. We don't have an announcements. Let's do this shit. Let's just start with your guys' turn. This enemy ship, the Black Sun, appears to be pursuing you, and you can see that there are air elementals that are ahead of it. They're moving faster than the ship is. They look like they're probably going to be approaching you pretty quickly, maybe the next turn or two. And then you can also see that just behind them, I suppose I should probably, like, pull up tokens for these bastards too. So this A is going to be for air elemental flock. And then this other A, I guess I shouldn't use an A. What can I use instead of A for aberrations? W for whale things?
Why don't you use E for air? Why don't you use E for elementals and A for aberrations?
Well, I already drew the A, so it's too late for that. So we're going W for whale things. Whale
Could have still
things.
used the A for
Aww.
aberrations and just drawn an E.
Aw.
I could have done that. Meanwhile, these whale things, which seem to be a little bit slower than everything else that's going on here, but they are still quickly catching up, flying on these bizarre insects, like almost like dragonfly wings, trying to catch this thing as it pursues you. I believe Flick is at the wheel. What do you do? What is everyone doing? Everything's about 240
Raining
feet
hellfire?
away from you. You can actually, you can totally rain some hellfire. You're within range. You're a sharpshooter.
Before Ace shoots, I yell at him to get the key.
I toss him the key.
Cool. I'm gonna jam it into the door and quickly open it and go into the scrying room.
Okay, excellent. I guess, I said we weren't going to do initiative, but I kind of like being able to sort through everybody, so let's just do this for the sake of convenience. But I'll push Gale to the top because he said that. Alright. Gale, you call out for the key. Flick tosses it over and you jam it into which door? The forecastle? Or, let's see, you got 3 doors to pick from, basically. Just in case it ends up mattering in a second.
I don't think I'm on the map.
I go right here because it's the closest door and I need to get in there immediately.
Alright, excellent. You place it in, you turn the key, and open the door. And when you do, you're greeted by this just vastly different look and smell than everything else that you've been dealing with recently. Pull this map out. And when you open the door, you're greeted by... Oh my god, there's so much shit on this map. I forgot how busy this map was. Okay, let's just do myself a favor and delete everything.
Figure out about all these bear traps.
I'm sure I'm going to regret this in 5 seconds. Alright, as you open the door, there is a ripping sound and the sound of almost like magical suction as a seal is broken. And you open the door and you find yourself in this room. It's kind of musty and dark. You can see that there's broken glass at the back sides of it. But in the center of the room, there is this platform where the orb would sit if it was there, but I believe you currently have the orb in your inventory. Somebody does.
Yep.
I'm going to try and just shove this bookshelf, I think it was. Just shove it down.
Sure. You've got the strength for it because of your suit and new gauntlets. Easy enough. It just falls to the ground. There's a little bit of shattering of glass as a couple of empty bottles kind of shatter. A couple of books kind of splay open, but it falls to the floor.
With my mason's tools, I want to find a weak point in this wall that I can break through.
Okay. Sure. Give me a mason's tools check. 14. You get any bonuses to that?
Nope.
14, looking it over. It's fairly sturdy stone construction, but it's also very old. You imagine that... Let's see, where would the load sporting ship be? There'd be some there. There'd be some there. What's above this? So there's 4 there. That's a false... Okay, so you imagine... honestly, your best bet is probably just, like, right in the center of this room behind where the bookshelf was. It's probably about 4 inches of stone, which, you know, is pretty considerable, but enough damage and you'd be able to break through it.
Deep regret for not doing the thing a long time ago, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna try and start breaking through that wall.
Alright, excellent. Let me go check and see if this key takes an action. I can't remember.
I think it does.
I think it does too, which is shitty. Have I ranted about how magic items should not be a full action? No, never mind. This is going to turn into an action economy rant, and then I'm going to talk about Gloomhaven again. And we're gonna...
Then change it. God, it's your fucking game.
I know.
You made the key.
One system at a time. One system at a time. All right. Anyway, jumping back over to the ship.
How long could you possibly take to turn the key? 2 minutes?
Right.
Actually,
Anything else, guys?
yeah, I do have a bonus action still, so I'm gonna actually have Toto come in here, and he's gonna take a bite at the wall.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. He does force damage. He can definitely start working on that wall. Go and give me an attack roll.
Yeah.
14 is plenty. It's a wall. 5 damage. He starts chipping away at it. I'm going to look up Wall of Stone rules, but I believe this thing is going to have 200 health, if I remember correctly. Wall. I don't have a wall token, so we're going to use a wagon token for now.
Yeah, closest thing, I guess.
I can look that up if you want to jump to somebody else.
Sure thing. I'm pretty sure it's like 50 per inch of thickness or something like that, but anyway, in the meantime, Ace, you wanted to shoot some shit. You definitely have lots of shit in range. There are the pirates on the ship, there are the air elementals, there are the weird whale beasts. What are you shooting at?
First off, question. I know that Flick got that message from his overlord. Did he convey that to us?
He's just panic piloting right now.
I was going to say,
Okay.
I don't think he has.
Okay, second off, I do tell Chelsea and Nordo, and then I point at a few other big hulking dudes and tell them to get into the lifeboat to make it lighter.
Okay, awesome. A bunch of the let's see, Chelsea will go over and he will start kind of motioning his people to come hop into this thing. As you can definitely tell,
How many more fit?
about this many. Once you get to, and that is like a tight fit, but they're well organized. They react quickly. They are not strangers to like tense combat situations.
All right, I'm gonna climb on top of Chelsea's shoulders so I can get a better view.
Excellent. He kind of positions himself at the back of this rowboat and lets you climb onto the back of his shoulders so that you can kind of look over all of it. Gives you a boost up. And you can definitely tell that the ship is slowing down a lot. It's doing its best, but you know, you're maintaining pace with the current ship, but it is
All right.
mostly just because they're also a little slowed down right now.
Yeah, obviously you can have them hop off when the other one starts moving real fast. We're still tight onto it. And then I'm just gonna loose some arrows. I'm probably gonna shoot the aberrations because, well, which is closer to us?
The closest thing right now are the air elementals. And actually, what's your passive perception?
It is
I think it's pretty good, right?
17.
17's real good. You can tell that the air elementals are moving the fastest towards you, and that there are a handful of different types that are coming your way. The fastest things seem to be these several little orbs of galvanite that you've seen before. It's like little balls of ice that are sparkling with like storming energy inside of them.
Oh no!
You've definitely encountered those before, just little marbles of energy.
I'm gonna try shooting one that's like near other enemies to see if its explosion will like maybe shut up a chain reaction or
Hell
something.
yeah! Give me an attack roll.
With advantage because of all my cool shit. This is
Everything
Is this first turn or is this like a continuation of the
It's
last?
like a continuation. We're kind of in loosey-goosey initiative to begin with, but also everything is very aware that combat's happening. Combat's been ongoing for like an hour now, which is
Gotcha.
kind of weird.
Well, I guess I'll move my hunter's mark to it. If it's within, is it within 90 feet of me or no?
No, it's 240.
That's fine. Hold on a second. That one should be 4 less damage.
All right, arrow sinks in just fine, and you do see a flash of lightning, but it cracks but doesn't break. Another 7 lands. You can see it's starting to shatter, but it continues to kind of rush towards you.
That's all I got.
All right, you put a couple of arrows into this thing, but it continues to fly in your direction. Let's see, jumping over to Flick. Flick, you currently control the ship.
Right.
You would know innately because of your background that the wind is currently at your back, but that doesn't really do much because it's an A-class engine, or sorry, an E-class engine. The speed per round is 120 feet, so you basically get 1 hex of movement. But with that said, because it's an E-class engine, you can move in any direction that you want with very little change in momentum. So like you can do quick hairpin turns and shit like that.
Alright, let's see. I'm going to not take it literally down, but downward at an angle this direction. I
Sure.
think we're trying to go out around, I think, because our destination's like way over that way.
Yeah, I think you guys were talking about heading towards Melnoa, which is up to the northeast a bit.
Yeah.
Are these
back
clouds
northeast-ish.
or something here?
I'm just
or-
deeper ocean.
Okay.
You can
Alright.
see that the storm clouds have been blown back in about a 5, maybe 6 mile radius, and it kind of looks like they're continuing to be blown back faster than you're sailing.
Okay, cool. I think that's about it. I mean, Ace, you could shoot their captain and maybe their ship would crash. That'd be cool.
I don't think that's gonna work, but I can try.
All right,
Alright.
jumping over to Nomad. What are you doing during all this?
So for how far away are they?
240 feet. Actually, a little more just because you guys have gone down now a bit too, but about 240, 250.
They're kind of far. He's going to call up his. He's just gonna ready an action to firebolt the same one that Ace attacked.
All right, excellent.
If it gets within range.
For sure. I guess I should. All right, cool. Vasi, what you doing during all this?
Yeah, I really can't do much from this range either. Hold my action, but instead of a fire boost, sling some dynamite at the ship when they get within 120.
Hell yes.
Like I can put dynamite in the sling, right?
Sure, why not?
Talking shit about slings the other day.
I don't think anyone was talking shit about slings. In fact, I think somebody was advocating for... It was Biscuit. He was talking about how cool slings are.
Yeah, but that came up because someone said they were lame, and I think it might have been.
Oh, it was
Sling.
me.
Tie it to an arrow and give it to me.
Biscuit was saying that slings were cooler than boomerangs, which is just not true.
That's just
in
No,
objectively
they're
false.
definitely not. They're not cooler than boomerangs, but they're still cool.
Okay, David, tell us how the battle with the Goliath goes. Is what
I mean, very
I fucking
well.
I
killed
was
it with
gonna
a
say,
rock from my
Incredibly
sling.
well.
He does kill
That's a bad
Goliath.
example. He
I
kills her
guess,
in one
but it
blow.
just sounds really lame. I'd
Wait till
rather
listen-
David kill the Goliath with the boomerang. That'd be
List
bad.
the one legendary sling hero.
Yeah,
I mean,
And
the
Like,
entire
that's
Egyptian
ridiculous.
chariot
Boomerang.
army.
Don't even have a name.
With the
I
Egyptian
mean,
chariot army?
Just
who's
glorified throwing rock.
Wait for it. I know this
Basu.
one.
that you can.
Basu, do you want to give me that dynamite?
Do you
Blow
want
up
to
this wall for me? Do you want to blow up this wall for me?
Don't you blowing up the door?
I don't know who this okay is for. Oh no, not already. You were coming through okay for us for a little while.
Okay, I'm getting like 3 words of everything that everybody is saying, and then they just. So I heard Vasu, do you want to?
Gotcha. He asked if you want to blow up the wall for him. Excellent. Alright. He's gonna restart the computer, but before he does that, he's gonna bring the dynamite over, and I'll let him go ahead and set it off if he wants. I'll let Gale use his reaction to, like, duck for cover real quick so that he, can step out of the room for a moment while this dynamite's going off. And you can set it off in sort of a controlled environment. And let me see how much a stick of dynamite does. I think it's like 3d6 or something, but I feel like that might be wishful thinking. No, that's right. I should know as much as I used it on Fekri.
Is dynamite a siege weapon?
I'm going to rule that it is, because it should be.
That's its purpose, honestly, is breaking up stone.
Right, like that's the whole reason dynamite was invented. So the fact that it's not a siege weapon is stupid, and I'm overruling it. Overruled! 3d6 double damage to structures, so one of you give me 3d6.
I'll let Philo peek in here.
I think he might have already gotten a restart.
Since Philo's giving me dynamite, can I have him give it to Chelsea so Chelsea can tie it to an arrow for me?
Sure.
Oh my
Can you
god.
guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just the distance. We'll see how it goes.
Alright, go and give me 3d6. And that'll do double damage on the wall, so we've done 21 total damage to this fucker. And we also found out that it has 120 health. There we go. Alright. There's a big explosion, and you can see big chunks of stone starting to crack away from this wall. Off in the distance, through the broken glass behind you, you hear little bits of the stuff that was stuck in the rim of the window kind of tinkling down into the courtyard below. And you can hear bats and other wildlife kind of scattering off in the distance of the Underdark. Anyway, Nordo.
Okay. Speaking of siege weapons, I'm gonna hear all that commotion going on where Gale just went. I'm gonna run in there as well. And I need a little help with that. And Nordo, whose scales are still kind of stained with all that weird Tarask blood, I'm gonna make some attacks on this wall.
Alright, excellent.
I am a siege weapon.
You're the best.
Uh, 15 for 12, which becomes 24 siege weapon. Uh, 22 for another 22.
Holding my actively hit you, maybe?
Ooh,
Or was it
sorry.
a full action for dynamite?
It was a full action to do the dynamite, but if you have like a bonus action or
Okay.
anything,
I mean, I can attack unarmed, but that's only if I use my main action to attack, I think.
gotcha. Yeah. With that said, throwing dynamite, I believe, is an improvised ranged attack. So yeah, you can totally do that. Another 16 from Nordo.
That's all I can do, but I'll just start beating this wall up, trying to break through it.
All right, excellent.
I wonder if Nordo even. Sorry, carry on.
It's a valid point. Vasu joins in for 6 points of fire damage. All together, you guys are putting pretty good work into this wall. There's a couple of places where you can see orange light shining through from the courtyard beyond. Or not the courtyard, the atrium beyond. And then you can see just a
Understands what's
couple
going
of...
on here.
Yeah, he's probably figuring it out. Let's see. Moat is not with us yet. Elise can't really do a ton yet. Everybody's kind of at good health. She's just going to get to a central location where she's safer. And Gil is already gone. Let's see. We're going to jump back up and do enemies now. The air elementals move very fast. That gets them to about 60 feet away from the ship. From this point, anyone who's above deck and on the ship currently can now see that there are 5 of these galvanized orbs, one of which has been damaged by a couple of arrows. 2 air elementals that just kind of look like swirling tornado things coming your way. And 1 very large collection of bits of hail that is kind of traveling like this snaking pattern. And you guys have seen something like that before. It all formed into like a shape once it reached the deck of your ship last time. Actually, Ace, if you're low on health, then Elise will...
I'm 22 out of 60.
Excellent. Then she will heal. She does look like she's getting a little drained. But, you know, she'll do her job. Uh, 9 points of healing.
Thanks.
All right, Masu, as you poke your head back up front, you can see that the air elementals are all within about 60 feet now.
Does Nomad's thing go off?
Yes, actually, Nomad, you get your ready action.
Air elementals are within 60?
Yep, a whole bunch of air elementals within about 60 feet.
Okay.
I'll actually go and pull over the... I'll make them visible, although this is not quite to scale on the distance yet. Alright, you got a bunch to pick from. Nomad, what are you targeting?
Whichever comes closest.
Alright, that is definitely going to be one
None
of
of
the
them are
orbs.
damaged.
Yeah, one of them is actually damaged, the one that Ace has put a couple arrows
Oh
in.
yeah. Yeah.
So Firebolt slams in with a 20 for 10 points of fire damage. And just as Ace predicted, it explodes in a burst of electric energy. However, the other orbs seem to kind of fly through this sudden burst of static energy unaffected.
I'm just gonna attack the second clip here.
Alright, excellent. 17 does land for, holy fuck, 10, and then 17. The second one is, wait, let's see, long range. Those both hit even at long range. And that is enough to make the second one explode.
right, that's me. Or as much as I wish I could.
All right, Flick. These things are gaining on pretty quick.
All right, so I can attack and still steer the ship,
Yep.
or what are the?
Yeah, giving a command to the ship is no action required for this kind of engine.
Okay, cool. I will be throwing my dagger at one of these air elementals, the angry one.
Excellent. Let's see. Even at long range, 17 does land for 23 points of damage.
Cool. All right. Then I'll get back to steering.
You watch as a huge chunk of the swirling tornado kind of just freezes solid and then falls off down into the sea below. Where are you moving the ship, if at all? Let's see, a little bit lower to the sea and one step forward. Excellent. That does put the elementals about... I think it's about 130, 140 feet away at this point. But that is still well within your range. Ace, what would you like to do?
The Black Sun.
Can I
Oh,
look around real quick? Are the aberrations still attacking just this ship and not focusing on ours at all?
It seems like it. They have actually... Oh, shit, I forgot to move everything except for the air elementals. The Black Sun has made it to about here, but it looks like they're having a harder time steering to kind of catch up with you. They're outspeeding you, but not outmaneuvering. Meanwhile, these things are keeping up at about this pace. They seem to be not quite catching up with the Black Sun.
Okay, neat. All right, thanks.
All right, back to Ace.
so the Black Sun is pursuing us then.
It is, yes.
Perfect. All right, I'll take the dynamite arrow, and I'm going to use my bonus action to aim. Is the captain at the helm?
Yes, there is someone at the helm.
I'm going to fire at the person at the helm in hopes to destroy their navigation system as well as them.
Excellent, fire away.
Well as them.
As well as them. Holy fuck. 27 slams in for 22 points of damage. You see the man behind the wheel reels back suddenly. Where's the extra 3d6 from?
The dynamite that's tied to this arrow.
Ah!
That's right. So Kelsey ties this thing to your arrow and lights it for you, and then you fire. I will say that definitely applies disadvantage, but you don't give a shit because it's a 27 either way. And then there's a sudden explosion. It rocks the helm, 13 points, which becomes 26 on the wheel, the stern castle. Let me see how is this thing laid out?
Whoever's near it.
Whoever's near it. Okay. This thing has a level 3 brown. Okay, yeah, you definitely see splinters of wood begin to fly off, especially from the railing nearby, and a little bit of the cloth from the one of the sails directly above him. And there's just this concussive force that rocks the back of the ship.
Is that guy still alive?
He is still alive. You do see he stands up after a second and runs back up to the wheel, which has been damaged.
Is he still alive now?
That one is just a regular arrow, right? No dynamite?
Yeah.
24 does land for 15. He's still up.
Might as well. I'm going to use my reaction to cast darkness on him.
Okay. Oh. Okay, excellent. Shit, do they have... Okay, there's 2 of them. Do they have anything? Deck wizard. What the fuck can these things do?
Am I even within range of counterspell?
No, it wouldn't be counterspell. You're way out of range for
Oh,
that.
my God. Gotcha.
Shit. Okay, excellent. Okay, cool.
Ha.
No, it doesn't have anything of that. Let's see, how are we looking on health? Anybody need healing?
Yeah.
Okay, Elise will come over and give you a bit of healing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea.
A little bit. We all took lasers to the face.
You're not under half, are you?
At 49 of 81. I'm just barely above half.
When
You're right,
smack,
All right, she's gonna double it then. One on Nomad and one on Vasu. So Nomad gets 4, Vasu gets 7. And the chief runs back to the center of the ship. Oop, wrong person.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to Nomad.
Right. I'm going to try and hit middle galvanize over here. I think they're within range, right?
Yeah, they are about 90 feet away right now.
Okay, cool.
Slams in. Let me see if these things are actually weak to fire.
I think so.
They
least
sure
not
aren't.
from last time. Oh, they are.
They aren't, but they do still
Oh, they
take
aren't, yeah.
7 points of fire damage. Big chunk of it kind of melts off.
That's me.
All right, Nordo.
I'm gonna keep just trying to break through this wall. I don't know. I Zeke missed this, but I wouldn't know in character anyway. Does it look like we're making a good like chunk in this wall, or is this
Absolutely.
seeming like a futile?
No, at first it kind of seemed like a futile effort, but that dynamite really seemed to like kind of soften up this wall a little bit, and from here you're able to just start just slamming through it, and you can see that there are a couple of small holes starting to form. You can already kind of fit a couple fingers through. It's just a matter of punching a bigger hole that you can get like a whole person through.
Horse
Putting
fingers.
my fingers through small horrors. Got it.
Small horrors.
Trying to roll is just roll 20.
That's
Here,
not a nice thing to call out kobolds.
it's trying so hard to show these attack rolls.
Sorry, it doesn't help that I have like 14 class features on every one of my attacks too. Actually, I don't know if that matters.
I don't think it makes a huge deal. I don't know, roll 20 is just so slow.
I don't know how computers work.
I've heard like 3 beeps now, but nothing new is showing up in chat.
3 is the correct number of beeps. I have made 3 attacks.
Come on, roll 20. You can do it. I'm gonna refresh and see if that's the ticket. It's probably a huge mistake, and we're gonna lose it forever.
Yeah, it's pretty frozen for me too.
Oh, there we go. Okay, one of them came through. Alright, here we go. 24 for 22. Actually, okay, the first one is all it takes. As you slam the battle axe in, there's just this crumbling sound and a big chunk of the wall. Oop, not Gale, just kidding, take your health back. I might have lied, I was looking at Gale's health and not the walls. Okay, it does take the second hit, but with the second hit, the wall crumbles and you can see that there is a big hole looking into the atrium of Shul's fortress.
I like to imagine it, especially because I crit on that unarmed strike, which I love, that Nordo takes 2 big swings at this stone wall with his axe, and then there's kind of not much of it left. And then he just kind of places a flat palm on the wall and kind of closes his eyes and focuses, and it just like shatters.
Fuck yes! I'm into it.
You go, Earth.
And then, alright, then I'm gonna get back out there, and I'll just run back outside, and well, I'll see that the rest of the orcs have gotten onto Ace's boat, so I won't heed his advice, and I'll just stay close to Cal.
Alright, excellent. That brings us to Gale. I should have stayed on the map.
I am going to step back out of the door and yell at all the orcs to get the fuck in here and go through this hole.
Alright.
I'll repeat in Orcish.
Alright, he relays it in Orcish. And you watch as several of these orcs, especially the ones that are kind of like still floating and frantically like holding on to whatever they can hold on to, pull themselves over towards the door. A bunch of them begin to make their way into this door. And let's see, we'll grab these two groups. They step through the door and they are taken over to this small scrying room. However, as the first group kind of piles in and starts to go out through this newly constructed hole in the wall, you watch as they step through the hole in the wall and then blink out and reappear on the ship.
You suck.
I know, I'm so sorry, but it is exactly how it's worded in the thing.
No, it explicitly says you walk through the door.
It says when any creature exits the room.
Through the door.
You should have picked a bigger room. We should have sent them over to Blackjack or whatever his name is. Joker.
Your father.
With that said, they quickly realize what's happening too, and they're able to kind of pile themselves into the room. And let's see, there's still a lot of room in this room. Let's see, these two groups are over there. How many more can they fit? So there's a grand total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 20. 20 squeezing. Easy. Easy peasy peasy. So that gets 20, and actually they're very well coordinated. They can probably get another 5 in there by literally like lifting them or pulling them away from the door. So you watch as the airship suddenly seems to lift involuntarily as a bunch of the weight is taken off of the ship. And Flick, you can feel more speed kind of coming back to you as Sundowner Rex is fighting less resistance to keep this ship moving. As there are now 20 on the lifeboat, 20 in the room, about 20 that are floating, and only 10 that are really on the ship right now. All right. Anything else, Gal?
No.
Okay, let's see. The air elementals at this point do catch up entirely. These guys get to here and start to turn again to get aligned, and they're about, I think they're 120 feet away. And also, they've reloaded the cannons. So let's go get that.
Row.
As they slowly begin to turn to get parallel with your ship, there are two pops that are not really pops at this distance, but loud explosion as 2 shots are fired. Both missing, thankfully. Yeah, good lord. I have to chase the rabbit. Avoiding just like a smooth 100 points of damage or so, as Flick expertly dodges both of the shots.
Question, just like hypothetically speaking.
It is a
missile.
It is a projectile.
Yeah, does the ship count as an ally? Okay, cool.
I don't know if the ship counts as an ally, but it definitely does count as a projectile.
If the ship counts as an ally, then I could use my reaction to like earthbend and block a.
Fuck yeah.
Otherwise, I'd have to fly out there and try and take the hit and or deflect it myself. And as awesome as that sounds, I'd 58 cannonball to the face.
If it's for the purposes of like a defensive maneuver or something like that, then yeah, you can totally like use your protective things to protect the ship. So yeah.
Hey, Zach.
Yeah.
Remember that for next time.
I think we might have made a mistake.
What was that?
The key is attunement.
Because your shitty magic item that's useless didn't do anything.
Oh no. You're right. The key is attunement. Still, like Ace could have done it. We'll handle it.
I'm not
That's okay.
attuned to it.
Oh. Well.
I'm saying like no one's attuned to the key.
I
right
have a
now.
free slot, so.
Okay, we'll pretend Flick's attuned to it for now.
Okay.
You still have
Thanks,
two
Flick.
slot?
Right? What is that like? Like, tell me what your life is like that you have open attunement slots.
I have one open attunement slot,
Let's go.
and it's because I haven't gotten anything cool yet. Well, anything. I've gotten 2 cool things, and they're so cool I don't need the third one.
That's an accurate statement.
I just can't imagine a world where I have attunement slots, like at any given time.
Right.
I think I have one, but it's only so I can give magic to Nomad.
The only other attunement item I have is the maze eye, and I like having my regular eye, so
Go for it, man. You should try it. What's the worst that could happen?
losing an eye.
I had a character who ripped out his eye to put an eye in
have
once.
it.
It was great. Nothing happened.
I mean, you'll be if you're an airship. You're not a real airship pirate captain until you lose it.
Correct.
Which
Need a
means
peg-
that
If
Gale
I rip it out
outranks you.
myself,
It's much
it's not
more
really as
qualified.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gale outranks you, actually. You're the second captain.
I think that's
All right, do
actually
you want
true.
Gale to steer the ship now? Because Gale can do it if he wants. I can just,
He
Just
has... Well, these are both range.
Let's see. Gonna add a bunch of things to initiative real quick.
Don't do that.
Oh no.
Bright side is we have an extra stick of dynamite now. Oh wait, never mind. We decided he had the key. False
I
alarm.
have one.
We have one
stick
left.
of dynamite that I was mostly saving for that wall, but Nordo just beat the fuck out of it. But this ship was probably a better idea. I can always buy more dynamite.
Can anyone make dynamite other than Gale?
Didn't I can't remember what Vasu did back in Salt Bowl.
He
bought
bought
it.
it, didn't he?
Nomad just raises his hand.
He bought it from that guy who on the place that had the mithril wood, and it was like, I don't make this. Wink.
Okay, that's right. Okay. Alright, so let's see. These things are actually now, like, on your ship. So I'm going to start revealing a little bit of stuff and putting these elementals in their actual positions. Pew, pew, pew. Okay, the orbs are the first to arrive, and they catch up from the east, and they make it all over the ship. The air elementals are keeping up the pace just fine, and they get to various points on the ship. And then the thing lagging behind, still about 30 feet away, is this snaking trail of hail that is beginning to take on the form of this kind of dragon-like creature. I should probably also put the orcs on the list. Cool. Okay, excellent. We're good to go. Nordo, you're up.
Really? Okay. As all these strange beasties arrive at the boat, I will look back at Cal and grab my axe. Say, stay close to me. And I guess I'll just attack this thing right next to me.
Now there's two antsy ones. What's the point of this naming thing if they're going to have the same names?
I am.
They're twins.
They're
Not
twins.
going to attack recklessly.
Alright.
I like the frumpy one.
Actually, I'm going to first use my bonus action to rage, and then I'm going to attack.
Alright.
And then I am going to attack recklessly.
Follow your heart.
Rage will protect me.
Just like it always does.
Just like it always does.
14 does land for 8 points of slashing. You do find that this thing doesn't seem to bleed. But 13, oh actually 13 leaves it up. It's still up.
And after that, I will chomp into him with my jaws. Big snapping turtle beak.
You bite down and there's this satisfying crunch, but it is followed immediately afterwards by a slightly less satisfying explosion of electrical energy. I need a dex save. from you and from some other people for just 2 points of lightning damage.
Think of me because I'm next to it. Kind of.
Yeah, 10-foot radius, you are in that, yep. And a couple of words.
So halved to 1 because he succeeded, and then halved to 0 because of raid?
Yep.
Okay.
Minimal damage all around, but just a tiny little splash of lightning. Anything else?
I will position myself between the Cal and the Sarah Elemental.
Alright. Nomad.
Oh, what's this thing?
It's Cherry,
Oh,
who looks
Cherry.
very scared and confused for the record.
Oh,
I think she was on the. I think she was on the little boat with me, but I don't know if she would have fit on there with all the guys.
She's trying. She's doing her best.
This one
She would
next.
die.
I cannot believe Cherry has not died in all of this.
She technically has already twice, but we keep bringing her back.
She makes death saves. She's a hero.
So
She
she's
gets
been
death
healed.
saves. Yeah.
She has
I
not
love
yet
her.
taken enough damage to double her health, which was a close call a couple of times.
Yeah, that was close. 22
Oh, yeah, she's
slams
pretty
in
much
for
dead now.
7 points.
And then I knock it 10 feet off the boat.
Oh, excellent. It goes flying 10 feet this way.
I can make it go this way.
Sure. Kind of pushing it
It's
into this.
it's hovering anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it does seem to hover. But you do push it over towards the rowboat, where a bunch of angry orcs grab their weapons.
Oh wait,
and-
this is a rowboat. Nah.
Yeah, that's where the rowboat's
Well,
at.
it's the lifeboat. I mean, it's flying, but
Yeah. No.
And your
push it
brother's over
toward-
there.
Yeah. No, thank you. We're gonna push it over yonder. Yeah, a little further away from brother. It's
Push
still
it
gonna
towards
blow up.
the captain. Good idea.
It's okay.
do I have? Oh man.
There's way too many people on this. I don't know where anyone is.
Yeah, there's a fuckload of creatures on this boat right now.
I forgot our friendly skeleton survived.
Yeah.
He did.
Well, can he do something?
All thanks to Gale. Gale bought him enough time to
he
make
on
that
this
jump.
So happy.
Yeah, he's gonna go with all the prisoners. There you go. We'll use that
Yay.
shitty lifeboat for the time being. Alright, anything else, Nomad?
Oh no, that's it.
Ace.
Is he like? How close is this guy to me?
There.
So he's like next to me.
Yeah, he is flying past you towards the main ship, but he is currently right next to you.
Gotcha. I kind of like roll my eyes and exasperated sigh, put my bow away, pull my rapier, and then I will bonus action aim at him. And then I start speaking with Flick's voice. Oh no, it didn't show anything. Hold on. I don't have. I didn't actually put the description in here. Did I? Nope. Okay. Well, I'm going to booming blade him.
Alright.
So I'll just roll a regular attack and then add this stuff to it. 'Cause I didn't make a macro for it, like an idiot.
Yeah, just add 1d8 damage.
I mean, I'm assuming it's not an aberration.
Correct. It is not an aberration. 27 slams in for 10 points, and then throw on another d8 from the booming. Ooh, nice. 18 total points of damage. Some of which is thunder. I don't think this thing resists thunder, but let me go check real quick.
When I do that, my eyes start to that green starts to like flicker.
Excellent. And you do see that this thundering energy begins to wrap around all of these individual pieces of ice that are starting to form this dragon-like shape. Anything else?
That is my turn.
Alright, Flick.
Okay, so. Aberrations still look like they're going towards the Black Sun and not us, yes?
It kind of looks like they've split their attention. Some are going in each direction at this point. You can also see that the main two that are coming your way are both these weird, like, killer whale-looking creatures that have the enormous dragonfly wings that have suddenly popped out. But one of them, the one in the back, is albino. It's pale-skinned, kind of pinkish hue to it. And you can see that it is actually dotted with a bunch of extra and unnecessary eyes all over its body.
Gross.
So the other aberrations were fighting the weird white aberration earlier, right? There was like some aberration in fighting.
Yeah, you definitely saw a little bit of that earlier.
Oh man. All right, let's take the ship to. Oh, I don't want to enter that hex. Fuck it, we'll see if. Yep, I'm moving here.
Okay. There is a sudden lurch. Everybody on the ship kind of rocks for a minute as you feel the momentum suddenly stop and then shift backwards abruptly. As Sundown Rex pulls back, you watch the Black Sun begin to careen past you as this thing just begins flying in reverse. And several of the air elementals are shunted forward because they've not quite gotten up to speed with the ship. This one's made contact, this one has not.
Can I make an opportunity attack as we was?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
If that's the case, they're also going to. Is it so? Does the hail thing move, or we're just moving it away from it?
You're moving away from it, but 12 misses anyway.
Could I hit him?
Sure, go for it. Okay.
Oh, that's really sad.
The dice are sticklers to the rules even when I am not. However, you're quickly greeted by two enormous new friends who don't seem to have very good control over their momentum and basically slam into the stern castle, one right after the other. This one lands right behind you, Flick, with a thump, and these four long, kind of meaty, stubby legs all catch themselves as it slams into the ship. And then right behind him, another one slams against the backside of the stern castle. And immediately after it lands and they kind of fold their big wings into these slits on their backs, you see that the pale one immediately starts to go after the other one. It shows these sharp, jagged teeth, and it seems aggressive to the first one that landed.
Why would you do that?
I mean, I figured it was better than taking more cannonballs to the face.
But look at them now. They're on the boat.
Yeah, but the air elementals aren't. It's numbers. Math. And I'm gonna shoot an Eldritch Blast at the air elemental that just flew out of my.
Okay, excellent. Slams in. The 15 is actually all you need to take out this one, and it explodes harmlessly, a good safe distance from the ship. You can redirect that one to something else if you want.
I think there was like an elemental.
Yeah, actually I should reveal these two things that got flung forward. There we go.
Yeah, we'll go for the graceful air.
Alright, 13, you send it trailing after this thing. Unfortunately, 13 does miss.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright. Air elementals with tremendous speed are going to make their way back to the ship. I should put Moat below deck, because he's below deck right now. Well, that's not helpful. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Oh, they're so fast. They're as fast as they want to be. Oh, and they can just go right in the middle of all of you. I forgot.
No.
Alright, they both fly over and... Graceful dips down into this group of orc, and turns into this whirling, whirlwind? That's creative. And it's going to try to fling a bunch of these orcs off.
This may have been a mistake.
Numbers.
Look, the numbers are bigger now.
Wait, what numbers are bigger now?
Well, the air elementals were really fast, so we just slowed down for these
Oh, I see what you're saying.
bigger guys.
I get it now.
We're all giving Flick shit.
Right.
He deserves it.
Right.
Well, the pale one doesn't seem to be I don't know if they both attack us, then maybe, but I don't.
They all do
Nah,
initial
we're
hold on.
definitely making a friend out of this. Good idea.
This one does not recharge, so instead it is just going to start slamming away on Nordo.
Has advantage.
Oh geez, 23 and 26 then. I think those both hit.
Both hit.
Ow.
Was that 35? Well, halves to what? 9 and 8?
Yeah, it'd be 9 and 8. Yep, so 17 total. Alright, that brings us to Gale.
How's the other ship looking?
Bad. So they are kind of sailing past you, and you can tell that they don't have the mobility to really change their motion easily. They appear to be under attack by 2 more of these things that are both normal color. You can see that these giant killer whale things have landed on the deck of their ship and are just starting to attack their crew with these tentacles. You watch as one of them emits what looks like some sort of magical something or another, and a bunch of people just like drop to the ground. So they're fighting these weird killer whale things.
Okay. What kind of ship did they have? Could I tell?
You can. You've actually seen one that was very similar before back in Finest. It looks like this. It is much larger than your ship. It has these 2 large golden wings that you suspect are animated. But then, or sorry, not animated, but reverse gravity. But it seems to be sail powered. You imagine that this is a very old-fashioned ship. P-class, specifically.
Understood. In that case, how are all my fellows looking? Like, how tapped is everyone?
Nordo is totally tapped for resources, but he's okay on health.
Same.
I still have half my magic, so I'm pretty good.
Everybody's pretty tapped on
Feedback's
resources
overrated.
otherwise.
Yeah, Elise looks like she's got like a few more spells left in her, but she's starting to look pretty drained. It's been a long stretch. Everybody's kind of rough.
Alright, then I am going to... I'm going to step back, first of all. And then I'm going to shoot the, that galvanic orb.
Excellent. Oh, excellent. 18 points of damage. This thing shatters and erupts. I do need a dex save from Toto and Flick against a small amount of lightning damage. Not as small as the other one, that's for sure. Flick's fine. You have evasion, right, Flick, or are you multi-class too deep for that?
Multi-class too deep.
Gotcha. So 5 lightning damage for Flick, 11 lightning damage for Toto. And you notice the electricity seems to kind of wrap itself around the skin of this weird killer whale thing, and it seems unfazed.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but... Then I'm gonna... Which one... I guess they're both attacking each other at this point, right?
Yeah, it does look like they're both kind of fighting each other.
Okay, which one instigated?
Definitely the pale one on the stern cast.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot the other one then.
Okay.
Back while I was still standing next to Nomad.
Let's see.
It's 24.
24 does hit, actually, for 12 points of piercing damage. You just kind of, real close, just point the gun and shoot. 12 sinks right in, and you watch as a little bit of red blood gouts out from the side of this thing's massive blubbery side. Alright, anything else?
Yeah, then I'm gonna step back here and... Go. Flick, give me the wheel.
I don't know, did we lose Flick? He might be like grabbing a drink or something real quick.
It's fair. I think the ship's moved already this round anyway, so...
It has, yeah. While we're waiting for his response to that, these guys are going to take a second to reload. They try to turn the ship. They only get to about here, and then they continue this way. You guys watch as this thing kind of sails through the pack of air elementals that have been flung forward, and off into the distance a little ways. The galvanized orbs, I believe, have all been destroyed. Weren't there 5 of these things? What happened? Did you guys kill them all? Shit.
There are only 3.
Lies and slander. There were totally 5. You must have killed them all.
I think there were 4, but...
Hey, he's back.
What?
Waiting.
Gale ran up to the wheel and was like, hey, give me that.
Why?
Because numbers. Now move it. You're better at fisticuffs than I am.
Okay, if you get us killed, I'm taking the ship back.
Over my dead body.
You might be dead.
None of this is logically feasible.
Alright.
Stop using metaphors.
Orcs are going to do orc things. One of these groups is armed, the other ones are not. These are going to be real effective against an air elemental. Okay. Okay, they're doing a little bit of work on this. You can see these things are, like, the orcs are doing their best to try to just grab onto whatever bits of material essence that they can on these air elementals, and just start ripping it apart with their bare hands, some of them with weapons. You can tell that these things are very resistant to non-magical damage, and it's not doing a ton of work, but it's doing a little. The ones with weapons are having a little bit of a better time, but still not great since it's not magical. Okay. This thing, so you can see that this albino killer whale with the extra eyes has just latched onto the normal one, the one that Gale just shot, and is trying to pull it off of the ship. I believe 2 of those land. They do. But then that one fights back. Actually, no. It is going to begin to pull itself away up towards the front of the ship, triggering an opportunity attack. Which it seems to shrug off despite hitting. And then it is going to kind of dive into this crowd of orcs working on the air elemental and try to pull this thing off. You watch as these tentacles shoot out of its back and pull this air elemental in. It slips through, not being grappled. But is hurt by all of this. And that brings us to Basu.
Oh Jesus.
Oh, also, sorry, real quick, sorry, I don't wanna leave Friendly Skelly out. Friendly Skelly runs over to this and swings on it.
Yeah, get him.
He tries. Okay, sorry, back to you.
That. I think I'm just gonna the not pale krill comb. I can't twitchy one.
Alright, 22 slams in for 10 points of magical piercing.
I'm gonna have Shu come out and give me advantage on this next.
All right. 27 for another 14 on it.
Um, let me get a con save.
Woo. I hope these things are good at it. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Just Jeez, my window crashed. Okay, hang on.
That slams in for another 7 points of fire damage, leaves a big burning scar across this thing's side. All right.
I'm gonna look over at the pale one next to me and all of its eyes, and I'm gonna be like, "Wait, cool." My turn.
It immediately looks to you and it reveals several rows of sharp teeth and tentacles that begin to fly out towards you and Gale and Flick. It does not look cool. However, you got a bigger problem. As this guy is going to fly back and land on the bow of the ship, fully taking on its dragon-like form.
He takes damage from moving.
He does. Give me the 2d8 from booming.
Is it 2d8 now?
Should be 2d8, I think. Yep. You'll go up next level, too. 9 points. There's a rocking explosion. You watch as bits of ice shatter down. And this is the part where you guys pray that he doesn't roll a 6. Oh, okay. And it just starts going to town on orcs.
No, not the orcs.
Good riddance.
Good riddance indeed, as... Oh boy, 18. Yeah, it just begins tossing bodies overboard as orc after orc is clawed or slammed into the deck or swept overboard. Elise sees that Nordo's in trouble.
Help.
She's in a bad spot. She's low on mana. What does she have? What would be used for here long term? Yeah, she is going to cast Spirit Shroud as a bonus action. And then she is going to swing on this air element. Alright, that brings us to Moat, who's actually here. Also, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. What's happening?
It's a real chaotic mess. You can tell a couple things for sure. All of these air elementals definitely don't like you and are aggressive and hostile towards all of you. Including the hail worm over here, which is an elemental. You've fought one of these before. It's the shards of ice that have all combined to make this dragon-like shape. There is a ship that has just sailed past you because of some evasive maneuvers that has been chasing you and firing cannons at you, but it's currently in a bad position, and then it's going to take a few turns to kind of wheel back around to chase you. And then there are these two aberrations that have flown up and caught up with you. One of them is one of the weird killer whale things that Nordo has seen, which seems to be attacking this air elemental. The other one is like that, except it's albino, it's covered in lots of extra and unnecessary eyes, and it seems very angry towards everything.
Got it. Okay. I will... Let's just... Fuck, I still don't have multi-attack. I'm just gonna Flame Blade this angry air elemental in front of me.
Sick.
Probably missing.
15 just hits. And 18 points of fire is actually enough to finish this thing off. The last bits of storm go up in smoke.
Okay, I'm gonna try to see how this goes and move to the upper deck, but I do leave that aberration's range.
All right. He seems to. He no longer has a target because you've killed the air elemental. He seems to turn around and shift his focus back towards this pale thing.
Oh, is Twitchy our friend and not Pale? Intriguing.
The Pale's one, they're all sick. They're gross. Clearly.
The albino one is insane after all.
All right. Anything else?
No, that is it.
All right. That brings us to. Oh my God! Everybody rolled low. Even Ace. The air elemental, the one surviving one, is going to come over here, triggering from just a few of these boys, and then it is going to slam on the moat a few times. It seems to not really give much of a shit at all about all of these orcs that are just punching it. Oh, right. I forgot to have Cal and Kelsey take
I mean, if he's just
turns.
texting with the orcs, I don't know.
They are, but they have stats. They should be using them.
I did give Cal a spear. If that helps him at all, I don't know if what he already has is better.
It does tremendously. I'll have them go real quick since I forgot to do it last turn. Where the fuck? There are so many tokens on this goddamn boat. Where
And actually, I think I offered him both a spear and a quarterstaff, and I forgot that the spear is not magical, but the quarterstaff is, so I'll probably hand him the quarterstaff instead.
Excellent. Where's Cal?
He's right next to me underneath all these other works.
Oh, yep, there he is. Okay, sick. Awesome. Somebody just stabbed. Yeah, somebody stabbed this thing, so he's gonna do it. He turns around to Twitchy. Actually, he's got really good insight. Let's see how this goes. Nope. He sees Moat get away without any trouble, and he follows Moat's lead. He comes over here with the magic quarterstaff. He has a proficient weapon now. T8 is already right. Perfect. Already set up. Good to go. Miss. Unfortunately. Does he have... No, he does not. Okay, cool. And then Kelsey. Kelsey... You're on... Ace. Yeah, he's just gonna stick with you, Ace, for now, since you're on his shoulders.
That's fine.
Alright. Anyway, jumping back to the air elementals, it's gonna slam Moat a couple times. For 11 and 12, which you both miss. The SSLC ship continues to turn around a little bit and flies over this way, slow and...
Is the guy still darkened?
He is, and you can actually tell... you see this orb of blackness that is, like, running frantically around the ship. And you watch as, you've got good perception, two other people aboard the crew that are in these dark black robes are kind of like running towards him and yelling towards him. One is like holding up a staff trying to do something, the other one is just like yelling orders, and he's kind of like getting attacked by one of the killer whale things. So it looks like they're trying to help him or guide him or yell instructions to him or something, but it's not going well.
Chaos.
Absolute chaos. And that brings us to Ace.
Perfect. I guess I'll tuck away my rapier and pull out my bow. And then I'm going to shoot this boy over here.
Alright.
I guess bonus action, I'll just aim at him. I'm not planning on moving.
.29 slams in for 19. And a follow-up for another 6. Both shots good.
That's my turn.
Alright, Nordo.
Okay. With a passive insight of 18, can I tell that this twitchy feller is not our enemy?
He seems to, at the very least, have turned his attention backwards. He does not seem hostile to you right now.
Okay, excellent. In that case, I am going to follow Cal up here to this air elemental. I'll kind of wheel around to create some more space. And start swinging. Recklessly.
I was gonna say that's one of the most intimidating Antons I know.
I know. This is kind of what I picture on the boat. And frankly,
spoiler
it's
alert.
terrifying.
That is my very favorite movie of all time, No Country for Old Men, and that's definitely where I got the name from.
Oh my gosh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes him way more intimidating though.
It's most you have lost on a coin toss.
15 does hit for 8. Likewise, you can tell that this thing doesn't bleed, but it seems to be taking full damage from the magic weapon. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think that is an actual requirement, is that it needs to be like something that bleeds, right?
I don't think so. It deals necrotic damage, so something that would be immune to necrotic damage, but I'll read the description and see if it says anything specific about bleeding.
Cool. I'll throw 2 on for now anyway.
And then just chomp down and bite in.
Alright, you do have... Can you punch Ghost yet as a monk?
I can punch Ghost, yes.
Okay, alright, then you can also bite Ghost. 27 lands for 13. Alright, excellent. At the back of the ship, this pale thing pulls itself up, looming over Gale, Flick, and Vasu. And it is going to shoot one tentacle towards Gale, missing terribly. One tentacle towards Flick, missing terribly. And then it's going to try to bite down on Vasu. Missing terribly. Son of a bitch.
Woo!
That went well. From behind you, there's another stomp as the regular colored one pulls itself up, kind of squeezing you in between these two massive hulking creatures.
God, oh god, oh god!
Vasu, you watch as one of these large whale eyes kind of looks down to you, and you hear this presence in your mind, similar to when Nomad speaks to you, and it looks kind of down towards you, where you've just finished kicking and stabbing it. And the other eye looks down to Gale, where he has just shot it. And you both just hear this voice that says, "Cease." But
Yeah,
then
you got it, pal!
but then,
Real quick.
Sure.
This probably would have happened before he had a reaction to stab the pale one,
sure.
since it attacked Gale.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Like, I thought you were cool!
27's good for 13 points.
Awesome.
And then he's going
I'll look at the other one and be like, yeah, you got it.
He's gonna reach past you and try to work on the pale guy. Ooh, God, not good. That one is, though, for 22 points. Alright, that brings us to Flick.
Alright, I don't have to worry about the ship anymore, because apparently I did stuff wrong or something. So, let's just hit the tail fucker.
Woo, 24 is good for 24.
Does it immune to force?
It is not immune to force. Right, so another 2.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, well, this is getting claustrophobic, but I'll just sit here.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a mess as these two things. One of them trying to be careful about, you guys getting in the middle, and the other one not really caring much at all. Vasu.
Just gonna attack the pale one, I think. Roll 20 window.
I believe it. I can do it. There we go. 28 slams in for 10. That one's not so good.
Ah.
The 19 is, though, for 8 points of fire.
I'll kind of step over this way a little bit. Hopefully not enough. Not be so in between these.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit more
Because that's
room to work
scary.
with, for sure.
And that's my turn.
All right. Nomad.
Right, so between these two, the pale one is kind of aggressive to us, right?
The pale one seems to be aggressive to just everything. Twitchy seems to be intentionally avoiding Gale and Vasu, even though they both attacked him.
Okay, the measurements are kind of off.
Yeah, the measurements are off. He's 20 feet away.
Okay, that's like four hexes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, these two attacks are on pale dude.
He's still within my range of 600 feet.
Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
God, I miss being a ranger.
Right. Ooh, 2 good hits for 15. As these psionic daggers fly in and pierce the multiple abundant eyes all over this thing's body.
Jab, jab, jab. That's me.
Alright, Moat.
Alright, well, I'm tapped on all my resources, so let's just go for Flame Blade on this air elemental.
Doing
Flame
good
tornado.
work.
21 slams in, and yeah, you watch as flames spiral up through this thing, soaking a big portion of it up into the sky. There's just a little bit left.
And that is it.
This extra attack so soon.
So soon.
How many levels are you from it?
1. I need 1 level.
Woo! Alright, everything goes. Let's start with Dead Skelly. Hit for 3.
Attaboy.
Hit for the full 9, and that actually is enough to do it. What happens? Huh.
Please describe it. Please narrate, Dungeon Master.
As he bites into this air elemental, dust just kind of begins to pepper itself over the deck of the ship and eventually kind of blow over the side. But it does seem to just make a bunch of dust and sand out of nowhere. And then he'll run over to the next closest threat. Meanwhile, prisoners, run. They've gotten the idea. They're all just going to come over here. They're going to do their best. A lot of them are dead. Oh boy, this thing seems to take full damage from all this shit. With that said, oh my god, I guess they are doing some work. A bunch of them miss, but the ones in the back, especially the trained ones that have been given weapons, the ones that you guys brought with you, are making pretty good dents on this dragon that is starting to fall apart as more and more of the ice is destroyed. And then Cal, who can fly, come over here. It's a damn shame. But he is going to action surge and do it again. Both hit for another 16. This thing being overwhelmed, kind of pulling itself back over the power of the ship, is going to pray for a 6. No such luck. But it is going to, kind of realizing that it's in a pinch. Oh, that's a lot of opportunity attacks. Oh, it has that. Perfect. It is just going to kind of move through all of you. Oh, no, wait, no. Yeah, it'll go over here. It kind of flies over this crowd, and then it is going to focus tremendously on Nordo and Moat. So Nordo, the first two,
Advantage.
27, 28,
Both hit.
and Moat, 21, 18.
One hit.
So 7 points on Moat, and then it is going to try to chomp down on Moat. Missing. Brings us to Elise, who is going to run up and try to help.
Good save, Moat.
Yeah,
Just trying to keep Call from falling to his death.
Yeah.
It's
pretty
kinda bad.
good. Pretty good. Elise comes up, her sword is lit up like a lightsaber, and she takes a big swipe at this thing for 19 points. That brings us to Gale.
Alright. This thing can move 1 hex per turn, right?
Correct.
And I can't push it anyway, I assume. Unless I use haste or something, but I have no resources.
Yeah, nothing like that.
Cool. Then I am going to start heading dead north.
All right. You begin to take the ship towards the sun, or the black sun. You can see that it is trying to turn slowly to face you, but you've got it from behind for now.
They're about 240 meters away.
Let's see, I think it is 120 feet.
Oh, that's much closer. I'm gonna just take a couple swings at Pale. Just kind of backhand pull him.
Excellent. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're just kind of like ducking and weaving, trying to hold onto the wheel while also fighting. And this thing kind of gets shoved over towards you, exposing a big eye. And you plunge in for 18 points. And then you also hit for that one for another 8. And Toto joins the fray. And wishes that the gods didn't, for some reason, give him pack tactics.
That's it.
Alright. Let's see, that brings us back to the top. Where Flick is the first react.
Okay, just keep going. I don't have the bonus on this, but I didn't switch it over yet.
Oh no!
Womp. Well, okay.
If you have an offhand, it is a light weapon, so you could take a swing with an offhand weapon. No good, unfortunately.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright, anything else?
I'll go over here. I can shoot it from here.
Hell yeah. Alright, you make your way down to the middle of the ship. Finally getting out of all of this clusterfuck that is surrounding you. Nordo. Back in the clusterfuck.
I think he disconnected.
Oh shit, yeah, he did say he disconnected. Okay, while we're waiting on him, let's jump up to the SLC ship, which tries to turn. It manages to reload the cannons, but it cannot get a bead on you as it gets to here. And actually, they are taking... yeah, actually, they... Oh, they're going against the wind now. Shit. Yeah, they're not in good shape. They appear to be in a panic. It looks like they're trying to flee, but the captain is blinded. They can't seem to remove it. You do see that he is now run down to the center of the deck, Somebody else has taken the wheel, and he's trying to take over as best as he can, but he's not doing a great job. Because this whale is also attacking Western Castle. That brings us to Ace.
They seem like they're having a good enough chaos, so... I'm just gonna help kill this krill. So I'm gonna aim at the pale krill too, and I'm going to shoot him. And it's an aberration, correct?
It is. Uh, 26 is good for 13 points of damage. And 24 for another 12. It is still up, but you can see that this thing is on its last limb.
That's it.
Alright. She's got the spell up. She's going to do all she can do. Lightsaber. Pew pew. Big old miss. Gale.
That was fast. I'm gonna take the sun downer here and also try and fly up so that we're above where the black sun is.
Okay, excellent. You said here?
Hey, back.
Awesome. And you start to pick up some altitude so that you've got a little bit of a height advantage on it. Is it on Pale?
Yeah, just on Pale for now.
Alright, you're actually able to turn around, and the first shot is all it takes. You slam another one in right into the eye that you just pierced, and as you do, this thing goes limp and falls off the back of the ship.
Oh, in that case, then I'll shoot the strange mark.
28 for 11 is good.
17, actually.
Oh my god, 17. Holy shit. So that's another 6. It is still up, but just barely. You can see it's just the hollow form of a dragon. Most of the ice that made up its body has fallen away.
Just enough for me to squeeze that sweet temp HP out.
Give me the temp HP juice.
Get the fuck out of here, Toto.
We're just gonna come and hang out with Flick.
Excellent. Alright, jumping back up to Nordo.
Okay. I'd like to make some attacks. I'll make them reckless.
This thing starts to bring its big dragon head down for another chomp on you. And you aren't having any of that shit. The first one is all it takes. You swing the axe to the side and this thing shatters from head to tail, exploding into a fine mist.
And I like to imagine that in the space of the 6 seconds since my zombie killed that air elemental and turned him into dust, some of that dust is what kind of absorbs in. And boy, I am going to move right about here. And I'm just going to hold the rest of my attack in case this Twitchy turns on me or any of my allies.
Alright, excellent. This thing, as the pale one falls away, it turns around and sees that the elementals have been dealt with. And with no fanfare, there is a shaking and rocking of the ship as it leaps into the air and these giant dragonfly wings burst out of its rubbery back.
God, that's so gross.
Oh yeah, it's real terrible. And it begins to fly over towards the ship that you guys are chasing.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Not a whole lot faster than you guys are moving, really, but just a little bit, outpacing you guys. At this point, they're trying to flee, but you are able to outrun them for at least the next 30 or 40 seconds while they try to turn the ship to get with the wind at their back. They're also being attacked by now 3 of these things, which is not going well for them. Is there anything specific that you would like to try to do as you chase down this ship and work on them?
I'm gonna give
rain
Ace
fire
my
on them.
last stick of dynamite
You see tears in his eyes. He's just
so as to better rain hellfire upon them.
I'm gonna land a ship on their ship.
Fuck.
Oh god.
All right.
I'm gonna
Okay,
land
well-
a turtle on their ship as soon as we're within 40 feet.
All right. Then
Okay,
let's.
maybe I'm gonna take my stick of dynamite back from Ace and be like, I know,
Yeah.
I think the other guys want to keep
We'll
this
save
ship
it for
intact.
later.
Okay.
I
excellent.
will.
ship we
while
can
we're
blow up.
while we're really far away from it, I'll probably just gonna start shooting at the person who's driving the ship constantly.
So, since that is the plan, give me just a second.
To frantically draw a ship.
Oh, he had a ship.
Oh, it's there.
Okay, there have been 3 rounds. He's darkened. There's 3 of these things.
Oh, he gloomy.
This one is at the back, this one is here, and this one is still trying to catch up. Let's see, these guys, one of them has died. He is darkened. Oh, right, 15 feet is the wrong scale here. Okay, dead. Not dead. Mostly dead.
The cute pirate's dead.
Alright, excellent. We are going to jump forward in initiative to the point where Gale brings the ship down on top of the other ship. We're going to say, for the sake of it, that you guys are directly above it and have slammed down onto it, even though it's kind of like 20 feet over horizontally on that thing. So, this is good. Let's go. Nordo.
Oh, my turn gets.
Oh, I'm so happy I get to start this. I am going to.
Sorry, hang on, real quick. Those of you who had like ranged attacks and hadn't already taken a turn, you definitely could like take an attack as you're approaching. So real quick, if you want, feel free to fire off some
Okay.
shots.
So, like, what happens is Nomad summons his artificial mind down there, makes it go into a portal where the cannons are, and he uses one of his uses of artificial mind thinger to fire a firebolt at the powder keg.
Delightful. Sure, give me an attack roll.
If the powder keg goes up in the cannon room.
Boy, that seems like it's going to be bad news.
Whoops.
Guess we are.
Were
Start
we
throwing
not?
dynamite. We are
Well,
now.
we need a ship
I mean-
to transport the orcs, but it's fine.
Oh, is that
I
what
mean-
the plan was? I'm sorry, we were shooting dynamite at this ship earlier.
Does an airship really need a hull to fly, though?
We only shot a little dynamite at it.
These
Yeah.
giant-ass metal
I mean-
wings are what makes this thing go. It doesn't need a hull.
Yeah. Technically, just the wings need to be intact, and they're magic, so dynamite's not going to do anything for them.
Yeah, we
this
just
is
put the
just to
orcs
get-
on the wings, and they can just surf it to whatever island they want.
Just get off our
but I-
ship!
Swashbuckle the captain.
Okay, instead of attacking the cannons, because we might be able to use that if we're going to ram down on it, let's instead use that to firebolt one of the cannoneers.
All right, excellent.
If I miss and hit a of one of the, powder kegs anyway, well, win-win.
So these are old-timey ballista mounted at the front. They are not below deck. This thing doesn't set up for like a proper broadside.
Sure.
You're able to fire one of the sailors that is closest to the cannon. 16 does land, and that is actually enough to kill him.
There, I took out one person. Okay.
Excellent. Any other ranged attacks going in as you guys bring the ship down? I think almost everybody had already gone. Alright, then in that case, back to the top of initiative. Appropriately, Nordo is the first to jump.
Spectacular. Well, I'm an idiot. I am going to look down at the sphere of darkness that I saw Ace shoot his arrow at the captain earlier. And I am going to just leap down into the center of that sphere of darkness and swing at this guy.
Excellent.
I'll do it recklessly to cancel out the disadvantage.
Alright.
And how far is the drop down?
Gale has brought the ship pretty much directly down on top of this thing, so it's only like a 15-foot drop. You're a monk.
Okay, if I need it, I'll use my reaction to do that.
Gotcha, cool. Give me athletics or acrobatics to try to do it without needing to use that.
The rope is still unraveled.
Fuck that.
You're fine. You're able to make this jump.
Super duper. His attacks will be reckless, which just makes them straight rolls.
Yeah, it just cancels it out. 24 finds flesh. 20 does as well for 14 more. 2 wounds.
And I'll just snap blindly into the darkness with my jaws.
Woo! As you bite down, the darkness is temporarily engulfed as you bite down around the arrow emitting the darkness, which is basically straight through the side of this guy's neck, and the head kind of just cants off to the side and tilts free.
I'll pick up the head and throw it off the side of the ship.
Excellent. And as you do, the orb of darkness flies with it.
Oops.
Cries in Devil's Sight.
Unless that wasn't the intent.
Nope, it's done.
Alright, excellent.
I dropped concentration on it. Yay! Concentration's back.
Alright, anything else?
No, well, actually, let's see. I probably still have some movement left. I will... Does this guy appear to be a magic user?
Sure does.
I'll run up to him. And that's it.
Alright, you can see that he was like frantically trying to call out some sort of just audibles to the captain. And now looks terrified as you run over.
Alright, if I can, I'd like to try and jump onto the ship right on the other side of this magic user that Nordo is harrying.
Hell yeah. Give me athletics or acrobatics.
It's to
Perfect 3-point landing.
Alright, why not? What's this guy wearing?
These dark black robes. You can see that there is just kind of a little bit of light padded cloth gambeson underneath it. A little bit of jewelry. He looks very much like a squishy mage.
Tight. I want to grab onto one of his black robes and I cast Ignite.
Son of a bitch. Okay, excellent. Still a little bit damp from the storm that has been raging all throughout everywhere as far as you know. But that doesn't mean shit to you. Your fire catches instantly as if it was doused in gasoline, and the cloths immediately go up in flame. And that doesn't even have like a worn or carried clause, does it?
It does not.
Son of a bitch. Excellent.
Which is really nice.
Alright.
What is that from? Oh, is that from Sorcerer?
Yeah, Sorcerer.
Gotcha.
Alright.
If you're a Phoenix or a Pyromancer, I can't remember. I think
Phoenix.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah,
It's
that's
right in the
Phoenix.
name.
Anything else?
That's movement and action. I think I'm good.
All right. Well, these things, they're going to do what they can. These guys, oh boy, what do they even do here? They're going to try to work on this krill comb. Yeah, they have to. They got to try. They're trying their hardest. They're getting some work done. So these two with these barbed and chained hooks are doing their best to kind of wrap around the opposite sides of this killer whale and basically just get it entangled in these awful chains, ripping flesh free as they can. One of them looks to be in very bad shape, though. The mage that is up there sees his other mage buddy in trouble, and he is going to, first of all, yeah, he's going to cast Gust of Wind, and a line of blowing wind. Oh, he's going to get his buddy. You know what? That's fine. This is going to catch the mean pirate, Moat, and Nordo. And I need a... actually, nothing happens until the start of your turn. It'll be a strength save on your turn. Let's see. The bosun, one's dead. This guy is going to take his chances and get the fuck away from that whale.
The line of the wind?
Getting close to the line of the wind. Or at least he'll try to. Nope, he sure don't. He gets to about here and is stopped. And actually, nope, that doesn't happen yet. Okay, perfect. This rifleman... what does he want to do? He's going to try something.
If it affects his decisions, he has advantage against me.
This rifleman, it is a tabaxi fellow, looks around and kind of sees what's going on, and you watch as he kind of ducks his head down, looks over the side of the rail, and, like, slinks over the side of the rail and starts to climb down the side of the ship. Trying to be sneaky and not doing a terribly good job of it. And then finally, this sailor is literally unarmed and disengages and throws himself overboard.
It's a long fall.
These things are satisfied with that result. This one is gonna come over here. Oh no, actually you can only get to here. That's fine. This one... Oop, wrong one. Crush, throw, crush, and miss. He needs a con save. Excellent. This guy flies, lands, that's all he can do, brings us to ace.
You said that this one was, like, trying to climb away?
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to just back out of all of this and be sneaky.
I don't like... Yeah, you failed being sneaky, so time to die. I'm going to aim at him.
Alright. Ooh. Yeah, slams in for 17 points. You see he, reels to the side, realizing he's been spotted. Is able to duck out of the way of that one, though.
Oh, shoot. Well, that's my turn.
Alright, flick.
Okay, I'm going to shoot a couple Eldritch Blast, then jump down. This will be on the tacky pirate, because he's tacky and
He's so tacky. 20.
it does have...
Yeah, holy
So,
shit. So, 16.
And if he's still up, here's another one.
He was. He is not anymore, and the gust of wind does drop. Moat in order, you feel the force throwing you overboard suddenly. It stops as quick as it started.
And then I'll jump down.
Alright. Give me acrobatics or athletics, either one. Your choice. And then Vasu. Yep, you're good.
I'm also just gonna jump down. I'm gonna clumsy rifleman. As I'm jumping down behind him, I'm gonna shout, "Blood and glory!"
Excellent. Alright, 21 for 9 is good. Uh, 15, though, he's able to put his rifle up and block the kick. Likewise, able to stop.
Okay, that's me.
Alright, orcs. Yeah, they're orcs. They'll do this shit. Here we go.
If I can quickly just speak to my allies and yell out in Orcish not to attack the big things.
Yep, understood.
In case they haven't got that on already.
Yeah, they picked up on it. The unarmed groups will try to help you finish off this mage. Boy. They just start dogpiling the guy. The ones that are armed are going to come up here. They'll start working on this pirate. Oh, okay. That is plenty more than enough. Wheel around to this side.
Recruit the Acrylicon.
Good lord. 3 of those max damage. Yeah, they're able to get up here and finish off both of these pirates.
One of them is a crit even.
Yup. Excellent. Elise is... She looks over the edge for a second and thinks better of it.
Yeah, stay Elise.
Cal will join, though. He'll try to help finish. And actually, Kelsey is going to be like, if you don't mind, I'm going to get a piece of this. Kind of sets you down, Ace, and hops down onto the deck.
Is he overhop because he still has jump on?
It's a big leap, but he seems to control it.
Good.
He learned after the first one.
Moonwalk. Moon jump.
Cal is not able to land. Kelsey lets out this horrible roar after he lands, and then grabs onto a weapon. Oop, wrong one. Oh, well, that's a damn shame. But he has a bonus action to do it again. Oh my god, Kelsey. It's been a little while for him. He's got some creaky old bones. Gale.
Spring to his step there. It's a little confusing.
Well, in that case, just gonna come down, hang out with Flick, and hold a help action for him.
Right.
And then, yeah, I'll probably pull the ship up slightly and just kind of turn so that we're kind of sitting a bit more oriented like the map, but maybe a bit closer if I can get any closer.
Sure. Excellent. Yeah, you're able to bring it like 10 or 15 feet and a little bit above so that you avoid those golden wings. But just kind of watching all this, you can see the fight is almost over. Nomad.
Sorry, I was yawning. God. Sleep is hard.
Sleep is hard.
Everyone seems to be doing okay. Doing alright.
I don't
I'm
know.
just
This
gonna-
guy's not letting me kick him. It's really irking me.
Well, oh my gosh, well, you know, you can do it. I believe in you.
Thanks.
I'm gonna try and, like, firebolt him from here. We'll channel some of Vasu's anger.
Not all pirates are bad.
Oh, 19 slams in for 13 fire, and that is enough to do it. Catches him totally off guard. You actually catch the powder pouch at his side, and it explodes into his hip.
Yay, I got my plan a tiny bit. Does he land on the wing? Just chill on it.
He does, and then he rolls off the back because it's still flying. Side note, only a few seconds have passed, but there's nobody at the wheel currently, and the ship has sustained a decent amount of damage. It's doing okay, but it's kind of drifting.
At
Yeah.
least I also threw the pirate's brain off.
Accurate.
I'm sure we didn't
Right.
need to question him for anything.
Alright, there's only one dude left. This will probably be quick. Ace, you're up first.
Alright, I'll just do my thing. I'm gonna aim and shoot.
Try to keep them alive.
Oh, do we need them alive?
Just one.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot a non-lethally shoot him in the leg or something.
Sure, you can try to kneecap. 19 is good for 21, and that is enough. He drops. He's still on fire, but he
I
is
said, can I
unconscious.
non-lethally burn him alive?
Please don't throw the mages overboard. I need their books.
Anything else, Ace?
There's nothing else to really shoot, is there, other than the things that look like they're our friends? So I guess I'll hold my last attack unless if they try to attack us.
Alright, excellent. Flick, as everything kind of quiets down and all of the last of the pirates are defeated, you do see that all three of these bizarre whale aberration things seem to be making their way over to the kneecapped mage aggressively. In
Oh
other
well,
words-
what are we gonna do? Say no?
In other words, they don't look like they're done yet.
Oh, it's fine. I can work with a dead body.
But yeah, Flick, you're up. What would you like to do? Oh, we might have lost him again.
Alright, let's see. Who's even left?
Everybody is down except for that mage who is on fire but unconscious. It looks like Ace tried to kneecap him instead of execute him. But you do notice that even though they're trying to keep that mage alive, all three of these killer whale aberrations look like they're going over towards the mage to finish the job. They still look angry at that mage.
It's okay. We're just gonna talk to him and then we'll kill him because we never keep them alive, apparently.
Oh boy, give me a persuasion check.
For what it's worth, my feature lets me speak with abjurations that have a swim speed within like 15 feet of me, so I can at least talk to these two.
Excellent.
I've never used it because Nomad can talk to everything telepathically, so it's like, why would I do that?
I also know like 12 languages, so.
You guys, the rest of you watch as Flick kind of like holds out a hand and says this to these things, and all three of them at the drop of a hat stop and they look at him, pause for a moment, and then one by one pop these big dragonfly wings and fly off the ship away.
This
Wow,
just gets
that
fucking
was-
weirder and weirder.
You
Yeah,
have
tell me about it.
you have a way with words. Or whale sounds.
You just said the guy who said, "That's a lot of lasagna," had a way with words.
Sue me, okay? I'm good sometimes, and then other times I talk about lasagna. Anyway,
What
are
is
we gonna put him out, or
lasagna?
are we just gonna let him burn?
Yeah, I'll start tapping the fire out on this guy.
All right. You do notice that the fire is surprisingly difficult to put out, but as a team
Oh
effort,
my god.
you're all able. You basically pull him
Oh.
out of his cloak as it continues to burn.
Slap him. And...
I was getting would control flames do it?
Yeah, that definitely helps a lot.
Admiral, Captain, not to tell you guys how to do your jobs again, but I don't know how to steer that kind of a ship.
Just have a ring or something. I'll go over to the captain's body that is beheaded, but and look for if it has like a magic ring like ours.
Sure. Give me an investigation check.
Well,
Or we'll see what happens.
What are you looking for?
just a magic ring to control the ship.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
for
it just works like a normal sailing ship, but in the air.
Yeah, so you look it over, and you do see that he's got a pouch with a little bit of gold on it. He's got a telescope at his side that's probably worth a little bit of something. He's got a compass. He has a flask, some grog in it. You don't see anything magical, anything that looks like a ring, nothing that resembles what Moat and Flick have used and Gale to control your ship. And yeah, Gale is able to recognize pretty quickly, and so would Flick too. That the only really magical thing about this ship is that the wings are enchanted with reverse gravity, so they are buoyant. But it's propelled by sails, and it is steered like a normal ship for the most part.
I'll grab
Oh,
the
wait.
little coin purse and toss it over towards Cal, and then I'll take the flagon of grog and start chugging.
Excellent. It's awful. It's backwater grog. It's terrible rum that is mostly cut with water, but it is alcohol, and it soothes the throat. And also, for the first time, as everything kind of goes quiet, you all take a look around and catch your breath and make sure that everybody's okay after that back to back near-death scenario and combat. And it kind of sinks in that for the first time in weeks, it's not storming, it's not raining. The clouds have parted, the sun is shining through. You can see that there is just this circle of clear skies as the morning sun starts to give way to early afternoon of daylight for the first time in a very long time. And this circle seems to be spreading wider and wider. You can see that now probably 9 or 10 miles away, this ring is still receding from around you. Elise does come down slowly on a rope ladder, very cautiously. And actually, Gale is hurt. She'll use any excuse to stay on the ship. She's going to go to get and spend the very last 2 points of her mana healing Gale.
Dire. Can I have 1 point of mana so I can heal someone as well?
Do you want 5?
Oh my gosh, 5 would be great.
Yeah, I'll take 10 minutes to give you 5 mana from me.
Just hold hands for a while.
We have to do our super secret 10-minute handshake.
Well, you're being gay. I'm gonna go look for stuff.
For some reason, I kind of imagined him
While
as
I'm gay, I'm gonna go look for stuff down here. I forgot that I have an accent because I haven't spoken in it in forever. It feels.
There's a thump
Hey.
and a terrible crunching noise as Skelly lands in a heap on the ship. Then walks
Again?
over to Nordo. No, he's alive. He walks with a limp now.
I imagine he's
Kind of
like,
hoping he did the dry bones
to
thing.
push him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that.
Absolutely. I just look at him and I don't even speak Terran, I guess, in Primordial. Much obliged for your help.
He doesn't say anything, but it just kind of picks itself back up and stands at attention for a little bit, and it's kind of unnerving because there's no breathing, there's no movement. It just kind of watches you. Flick heads into the stern castle. You can see that there was probably a meal in progress. It looks like everybody was suddenly interrupted. You can see that there's still bowls of food that have been left out. Everybody has kind of quickly gone to arms. You can see that there's cabinets still open. There's still the smell of something cooking in the oven. But as you make your way below deck, you find the ship is mostly empty. It has a lot of cargo and supplies, suggesting that it probably recently left port or was at port. However, there is an exception. You do see that out of 9 brig cells, one of them does have people in it. And by people, I mean that there is a small little group of tiny, colorful blue and red and black and yellow and green spotted grung that are all kind of holed up, cowering in the back corner as you step down. And they all kind of look at you with these big, unblinking eyes, nervous and confused and uncertain what's going on, and clearly very shaken and scared by all of this.
Do
Oh,
not
hello.
be alarmed.
Don't mind him, he always does that.
I mean, listen.
What? Well, we kind of just took over this ship, but we're not slavers or anything like that, so we'll probably be letting you go. Although I doubt you will let out here, so we might need to move you elsewhere, but we're a taxi service apparently, so that's fine.
They all kind of just look at you when one like kind of cocks its head to the side. None of them respond.
Great, none of you speak common. Fuck.
Do I know what grungs speak?
Maybe give me a history check with advantage because humanoid.
I think they wrong.
Yeah, you would probably guess that they've got their own language.
Like, you can only speak with aberrations with swim speeds, not just anything with swim speed.
I think it might be anything. Let me check.
Oh shit, is it?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure grung actually don't have a swim speed, but they should.
They should. It's weird.
It's deeply upsetting to me that they don't.
Do you reckon the pirates?
Player race doesn't, at least.
Yeah. Do you reckon the pirates keep them here to get high?
It's an aberration
Liquid.
beast, elemental, or monstrosity that has an innate swimming speed, so nope.
Wrong any of that? I know they're humanoid, but like,
I don't think there's anything else.
Yeah, they don't seem to understand, unfortunately.
Do
Do
any of
not
us have
be
common
alarmed.
languages?
Can I use my Can I use my linguistics background? Oh, I guess never mind. We have a mind reader.
Sorry, telepath.
All right, you go for it. I'm gonna go look elsewhere.
I'm gonna go help look for stuff.
All right.
Treasure.
Sure. The two of you guys give me an investigation check.
Can I use my spyglass?
You can have advantage because I suck at this.
Okay, cool. I just wanted an advantage. If he gives it to me, then I don't need my spyglass then.
Sure.
Nice.
Don't want to see what
I have a plus 10 to it. That's horrible.
I mean, better than my 17 or 16. I can't do math. Numbers.
All right. So they both head off to do some investigation. Who else is up to stuff while they do that?
Nothing major, but I do rush up to Cal and just, you all right? You ain't heard of nothing, are you?
Yeah, he kind of lands and he puts one foot down and then the other, and he kind of like takes a look around, make sure he's okay. He looks over at the people that survived. He's like, yeah, hey, you're not dead. I thought for sure. I mean, what we all did. You didn't come back. Nobody came back.
I'm sorry, little brother. I wanted to come back for you. I really did. Get you away from all this, but I didn't have a way to get back till now. Zootag would have loved a chance to kill me if I tried to come back alone. But it's such a long story. Those monks they sent us to attack, they ended up taking me in. And Well, they helped me out, got me put on the right path, helped me get back here.
I mean, it sounds like you fucked Zutag pretty good. He thought for sure you were gone.
Yeah, how were you there when the slavers came? What's what's been happening?
Yeah, at first I thought it might have been you, actually. Um, it is a long story. Yeah, I mean, everybody just thought that you died for a while and life went on, and
Yeah, let's one thing at a time. We got some business to attend to.
Sure. We'll get caught up, though. I was there. I'll try to help make sense of it once we... What is the plan? Do you know how to fly this thing? Looks like they kind of do. Although, with that said, Flick is currently below deck. I don't know if anyone's on the wheel.
I have my hat on and I'm doing my best.
Sure. Give me... Fuck. If you don't have Sailor's proficiency, just give me either an int check or a wisdom check.
I have vehicles proficiency. Is it the
Oh, shit.
same in this
Yeah,
campaign?
yeah, it's all the same. Yeah, go for it.
Int based, yeah.
Int or wisdom, either one's fine. Yeah, dude. It's actually
Typical mode.
yeah, it's actually very likely that over the course of running your business, you've been aboard several ships, and it's actually pretty likely, given your family's wealth and their status, that they've probably actually rented merchant ships and taken them from time to time out of Sea Toll and along the coast. And you didn't do it a ton, but you did it enough that you remember how to do it. And also, a lot of those old-fashioned merchant ships are ones that are just like this. They're typically reserved for commerce because they're kind of they're not very agile. They're not good in combat, but they're one of the cheapest types of ships to create on a large budget. Cheapest in terms of price per cargo. So yeah, you've probably been on a ship just like this before, and it actually comes pretty naturally to you.
Just like vacation. Just like I remember.
Exactly. So yeah, Moat is actually pretty confidently able to take care of this thing while you guys are below deck doing some investigation.
Sorry, I disconnected while Cal was talking. He said something about he thought it was me and it was a long story, and that's the last thing I heard.
Gotcha, yeah. He basically goes on to say that these people with a ship just like one of these showed up with a turtle that looked kind of like you, but it wasn't you. We found out, and she was asking about you. And Zutag told her that you were dead, that he sent you off to some monastery, and that was it. That was the end. And she got real mad, and she challenged him to a duel, and they fought, and he won. She gave up her hand. We all kind of thought she'd, just be spiteful and try to weasel out of it, but she gave up her hand just like that. For a second, it seemed like she was real honorable, but she came back 35, 45 minutes later with a whole bunch of men, and that time there wasn't any honor. I got out of there pretty quick, but I don't think a lot of people did. She was real mad. Had some sort of witchcraft. Lightning, storms, all this.
Yeah, I think I might know who that person is. We'll have to. We'll have a whole lot to talk about, I'm sure. Let's figure out what we're gonna do for the next hour with these orcs, and then we'll. I want to hear the whole story, what all happened with those gnolls and everything. But first things first.
Right. We can help with some of this. And he starts to kind of look around at the other orcs who are all kind of collecting themselves, trying to figure out who made it, who didn't. And he basically just offers to make himself useful. He does go over and he kind of shakes hand with Kelsey and some of the other orcs from the other clan. They all introduce each other. it becomes clear over the next like 30 or 40 seconds that in most situations they would not get along very well, and there's a lot of like kind of grumpy, almost spiteful, like, okay, sure, yeah, I guess we're in this together. But over the next few minutes, they kind of all put it behind them and they start to work together and help get lines ordered, and they put out a couple fires, they start gathering lumber, and they just try to start making themselves useful.
Go start eating, you must be starved. But also, no, just casting commune with frog.
Commune?
Commune with frog.
Okay, tell me about commune with frog.
It's just telepathy.
Okay.
You know, one by one. Like, he selected one of the more talkative ones once it's willing to talk. And he's pointed at his intern, and it's basically just talking to its mind and getting the grung to speak for him. Like, explain to your friends that we're here, we're not slavers. Explain to your friends that whatever their jobs were, they're free now.
Here, free to go home.
I suppose, yes. Like, we have no use for you.
That's good, I guess. Where are we?
You are on a ship near the God Shell.
Don't know of a ship near the God Shell, but free is better than not free. How do we get out of big metal box?
Are they locked?
Yeah, they're in a brig.
Okay. I'll pick the lock for them.
Sure. Give thieves tools.
My godly, yeah, behold my godly power.
Oh, do you pop your godly powers? Okay, excellent.
By which I mean I take out my thieves tools and pick the lock. It's like, give me a moment, this is tricky.
Oh, right, you're part artificer. Right.
3 levels artificer, thank you.
Yeah. You start working on this thing, and after like 2.5 minutes, you get a telepathic like, you're just teasing us, aren't you? We're not actually getting out of here.
What? No, yes. I tease all the time. This is what I am known for.
The others tease too.
Sarcasm. He says, eventually, sarcasm. This is part of humor I have been learning.
So with the 11, this lock is actually pretty well designed. You're not sure if you're going to be able to get through this one. You might either have to go find some... I mean, you don't just get to keep rolling until you succeed. You rolled an 11.
Well, what's the point of doing it again then?
Exactly. There's no point in doing it again. You already rolled once. So with an 11, you'll either have to like find the keys, or like this lock is just giving you too much trouble.
He like looks at it and is like, eh. He fabricates it open.
Sure, that'll do it.
He spends 6. Actually, spend 6 mana to fabricate it.
I was gonna say I can't say no to that. Fourth level spell.
Yeah. So he's gonna go like, I will return with keys. My brother is much better at this than I am.
All right. You are able to find Ace and Flick, who have been doing kind of a thorough investigation of the ship. As they tickle around, it does seem that a lot of the value, like, there aren't, like, treasure. Most of the stuff on the ship is supplies, which is still valuable to you. There's a lot of food here, enough food for a crew of 20 for a couple of months. There's nothing, like, treasure-related on the ship. It looks like they were either at port already or had recently left port. It looks like they're very well stocked and had just left on some sort of a journey. But, with that said, you do find that in the captain's quarters there is a hidden compartment near the bed that contains a small chest, and that chest contains, first, some very, very saucy drawings, but then also a collection of about 42 platinum pieces.
Please describe these saucy drawings in detail.
I won't.
Can you at least tell me the content of it? Would my character be interested in these saucy? I guess is what I'm.
Up to you.
The saucy drawings are these rather well rendered pencil or charcoal drawings. They're basically just pinups. It's mostly human women. There's a dwarf in there. There's an elf or two. It's just kind of pinup drawings.
Black. All right. I just put them to the side. Maybe Nordo will want these for practice or something.
Just investigates them thoroughly. What are these for? Anatomy sketch? Why she spread this open?
All right. Anything else we find in the box?
42 platinum pieces and the nudies, and that's it.
Jeez.
There's a lot of mundane weaponry. If you want, there's also gunpowder. Actually, there's about 20 pounds of gunpowder, as well as 50 shot for the cannon. If you want 50 cannonballs, I'm sure you'll find some way to make me regret those being on the ship, but there they are.
I'm quite excited.
Cool. Hey, Flick, should we just take all this gold for ourselves and not share it?
It's finally happening.
I'm really broke. I need money.
Sure.
Just get a shit ton of money last session that we haven't divvied up yet. I will say that if it affects your moral compass at all.
I currently have 2 platinum and 9 gold, so which is like
It's about-
36 gold.
We did just find like 2,000 gold, I think, in that.
Oh yeah, did you ever calculate
Hasn't
how
been-
much we got from
yeah.
shoveling?
So you guys,
Sad
We're in the Discord, but I don't think we divvied it up yet.
so you guys have been in combat literally the entire time since you picked up all that treasure. You have not had a chance to count it or identify things and divvy stuff up. But whenever you're ready, that is all on your ship, ready to go.
I'll deal with it.
Fine.
You said it was
All-
42. I can take 20, and you can take 22.
Sure.
Or, okay, this probably would be less suspicious. You take 12, I take 10. We give everyone else 20.
Okay, so we just say that we only found so much, but we actually gotcha. All right,
I am
I'll
right
let your
here.
Numbers.
number. We're also speaking in thieves' cant. No one can understand us.
I also do read minds, so it's
If we let you,
I was gonna say you don't have permanent detect dots up.
This is also when you're busy with the grung, so
No, I was like right there with the porn.
and it's
so-
not like I don't share my money with you anyways.
No, but this is also dishonest.
It's a joke. It's funny.
If
No, it's not.
because Nomad is below deck, at least when all this is happening. The two of you guys give me a stealth check, and Nomad, you can give me a perception check to see if you notice them being shifty.
That's gonna
Is this-
be
is it
hard.
dark? What is the lighting down?
God, I rolled this.
Lit. It's daylight, and there's portholes everywhere.
Okay.
Basically invisible.
I didn't even need an advantage.
I think I have to roll an actual 19 to see Flick, so never
I'd
mind.
say
Here, I'll-
they're both pretty sneaky. I think they can probably get away with this.
Yeah, but the thing was, we found the porn together, so I'm like, okay.
You were talking to the Grong while they were doing that.
Yeah, I think it was Flick and Ace doing the investigating
Yeah.
for things.
I can give you the porn if you want it, Nomad.
What is porn for?
It brings
Practicing.
pleasure. Practicing.
Perfect. Practicing for what?
It's like an endurance test.
Christ.
For what?
Babies.
I'm not having this discussion with Nomad. I'm gonna go back to the ship.
Nomad, you know how copulation works.
Yep, totally
Yes,
gone.
breeding.
La la la. Don't want to hear this talking about Nomad.
That was a statement,
see-
not a rhetorical question.
Well, you see, when a male octopus loves a female octopus very much, usually he just kind of rips off his tentacle at her, I think. Right, if I'm
Well,
remembering that right.
not quite
Is that how that
it
goes?
works. No, well, the female puts a bunch of eggs on a rock.
Oh no.
I thought there were
And then he
tadpoles
explained.
involved somewhere.
That's,
that's-
frogs.
that's- And illithids.
I slammed Sundowner into the other ship.
Killing everyone in the process.
Nomad, we will talk about this later. You're not old enough
Okay.
yet.
What did
Yeah,
you
we
find?
need to figure out what we're gonna do with all these orcs. We got a limited amount of time here.
Also, do we
Well,
need the grungs? Do we need to unlock their cage?
yeah, that's what I came here to look for. A key. Or
Yeah.
you. You're about the same as the key.
Sometime after you guys
I'm better.
find the nudie mags and split up the platinum and decide what to do with it, then Nomad does come around the corner and starts asking about some thieves' tools or keys. And with your earlier investigation, you would find in the room across the hall, it looks like that was probably at the bosun's or the quartermaster's room, there is a big ring of keys with 8 keys on it that you imagine is probably for all of the brig cells. And sure enough, one of them does open that cell up.
You know, I feel a little bit of mustard going on. I should just throw them overboard. I have thieves' tools. I don't need keys. But I'll use them. Here you go, Nomad. I found you some keys.
It's much easier.
Go be a hero. Just don't be too much. You know what? I'll just go
How?
with you.
Oh, it's opening a door heroic, he says, eventually opening the door. There, you are free, finally.
Thank you. And they all.
You
kind
want
of,
some porn? It's for endurance.
Sure.
Nomad. Okay.
Will it help them survive?
No.
Oh,
It might.
It's fine.
Basu, do you want this porn?
No, I'm good.
Nordo?
I've got the wicked power of my sexual imagination.
What's porn?
Ow.
It's this Nordo. He like shows it to Nordo.
Oh, that's. I think I'll pass. Might hand it to some of these orcs. They're more the type.
Maybe hand it to the orcs that are not good at. Yeah, and maybe let's not give this to orcs on our ship.
Don't make orcs horny on our ship.
Oh no.
I'm with friend
I'll take
Nomad
it.
on that.
They start
Also-
fighting, I think.
As I come above deck, I start like chirping really happily, and I just like run flappy armed over to Chelsea.
Hey, little guy. I haven't seen you in a very long time.
How you doing?
Oh, well. I'm not in that cage anymore. I'm not being sacrificed to whatever the fuck those things were sacrificing stuff to. I think I'm pretty good.
How did you get wrapped up in this mess?
Same as everyone else, I think. There's been a couple of real big attacks lately. Got separated from everyone. Those gnolls showed up on the shore. Just caught us by surprise.
Oh, I have to introduce you to someone. Follow me, and I grab his hand, which is probably like 2 feet above me, so I don't know if I can actually even reach his hand.
Oh, yeah.
And I run him over, and I like run him over to Nomad. So he's probably like crouching, running.
Yeah, at first he like doesn't budge at all, and you're kind of just like cartoon running in place for a second. Like, oh, okay, all right, I'm coming.
I want to introduce you to my best friend. And I like bring him over to Nomad. So this is my blood brother, Nomad. Nomad,
Speaking
this
through-
is Chelsea.
Yeah, he speaks through the choker for this OS of physical voice. Hello.
This is your blood brother.
Yes, we had the ritual and everything.
He saved my life many times over.
I see. Well,
I'm
it's
assuming he's still wearing the mask, right?
Yeah, let's get the mask now. He probably took it off earlier for the fight.
I know what you're thinking. He's an elephant, but he's different.
well, if he's saved your life, he saved us. It sounded like he was only going to save 8 of them, but I think he got all 24. It's pretty impressive.
He's a god. Don't worry about it.
Well, I don't know about that.
It's just a joke we're letting him believe. Also, I start speaking it when I'm talking to Chelsea. It's only in Orcish.
Okay, that's fair. Well, either way, you got me out, and a friend of yours is a friend of mine.
Ooh.
Also, I think I might have found out who my dad is.
Okay, that sounds like a story. What,
I hasn't been
fine.
proven yet. Well, I think he's a kobold, which explains why I'm so small.
That would explain why you're so small.
It also explains why I like shiny things so much.
Maybe.
And sticks. I think kobolds like sticks.
Do they?
All creatures like shiny things.
I was gonna say, I like shiny things. Alright.
For the record, only Nordo can hear this conversation or understand this conversation.
I just
Yeah.
agree with it.
Well, it sounds like you've been on a hell of an adventure.
Yeah, these people like to catch things on fire a lot and blow things up and destroy stuff. It's pretty great.
Yeah, that guy just touched that robe and it went up in flames. I've never seen nothing like that.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Well, I'll be damned. Part of me was worried I wouldn't see you again when you left, but here you are, saving my old ass.
Yeah, actually, I was using magic to try to find you, and you were on a ship.
Yeah, it's a shame they got so damn many of us, but at least there'll be a few to go back and tell the tale.
Did they attack the city or just the shoreline?
The city, a couple times. Not the gnolls, but these people. And he kind of waves a hand up to the sails. Lots of them. We've seen them from time to time. Every once in a while they'll poke the shores. I've never seen them come inland like that. So many of them. Must have been 4 or 5 ships the time they hit us.
Did you ever see a turtle woman leading a ship?
I can't say that I have.
And you're Chelsea, is that right?
Yeah. And he kind of extends a hand.
Heard a lot about you. Call me Makari. You raised a brave little orc here. He surprised me over and over.
He gives this big old grin. He's surprised me before too, honestly. I didn't know what to expect out of such a tiny little orc, but he knows how to think outside the box.
That he does. Well, now it's all said and done. You and yours, where do you want to go? We can take you where you need to be, as long as it's something close. We're a little limited on space, but got a whole second ship now, as long as someone can figure out how to fly it.
I imagine if you can get us. Where are we, actually? I've been doing my best
We're
to
a bit
follow it.
southeast of home.
Okay, good. I took it we were going east. I didn't know how far south we were. I couldn't keep track that well.
About
We were thinking of heading towards Tramus. I don't know if that sounds agreeable to you, if you got somewhere else to be.
He nods and says, yeah, Tramus is close enough. We can make it from there. We'll do what we can to help with the ship. I can't say any of us have ever been on a flying ship before, but we know how to work ropes and wood. Do our part best we can.
And then I take the time to introduce him to every single one of my new friends.
Okay.
As a very it's just like Ace just turns into this very excited little child. Like even his voice changes from being like a mimic of Chelsea to just like an excited child.
Excellent. As all that conversation is kind of going on, those of you above deck do see that one by one, being kind of like, there's one that takes the lead, and he's the biggest of all of them by about 15 or 20%. And that only puts him at about 2.5, 3 feet tall. But this orange and black spotted grung kind of pokes his eyes out around through the door first, and then he kind of steps out real quick, kind of sticking to the wall, and then one by one, this tiny little chain of smaller grung follow him out. And he kind of looks around, blinking all wide-eyed, trying to get a sense for where they are. And over time, they kind of start to climb out onto the sides of the ship, just kind of stick into the sides. And then they jump over to the golden wings, and they start to like look around and try to see if they can see anything that looks familiar. They don't really say much, even to Nomad with the telepathy up. But they just kind of seem to be sticking to the sides and even the underbelly of the ship and the wings, and keeping an eye out for whatever they can see.
They can stick to the underbelly.
Sure can.
Do I
Oh,
know
they're like
where
cherry-
they are? I need one that's a mount. No, I'm kidding. Do I know which island they're typically from?
Oh boy. You can give me a history check.
With advantage, because they're humanoids.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you can find them almost anywhere that is coastal or has a lot of like swampland or jungle land. They're pretty well spread in anywhere that has kind of a marshy, wet, and warm environment. So honestly, like anywhere in the oh my god, what's the fucking name of this region? Either the Kajani region. Or, if this map would ever load, the Ajupiata region, like anywhere southeast of Caldas would be appropriate for them.
Did I find like a ledger of like a slave ledger inside the captain's quarters?
Yeah, you would find
Like
one. And that would confirm your suspicion that they recently left port. You would see that they actually, this is pertinent information now that you mention it. It shows that they left the Wandering Sun, and then they hit a small island it looks like, in fact, let me just pull you over to the map, because they would have this charted well enough that you would see the exact location. It appears that they left about 3 days ago, and then they hit a small island to the east of Bromrose and to the southwest of Erebus, right about here.
How civilized are grung?
With that history check, you would know that they're not typically very well civilized. Not necessarily because they're inherently unfriendly, but because they are literally poisonous to the touch, which makes it very, very hard for them to integrate well with other civilizations. So most people typically don't try. Like every now and then you'll see a grung that is, part of mainstream society, but they have to take tremendous care to not touch people, to not be touched. And it just makes it hard for them to integrate very well with mainstream society, so they usually don't.
But it's not like they're like so uncivilized that we can just like, here's a new island, have good luck.
I mean,
it's more like they still have like some type of like settlements.
They usually have like little huts or whatever. You imagine, just based on the way that they're behaving, the way that they're sticking together, they probably just had kind of a tight-knit clan, and unless they were like separated from the rest of their clan, they'll probably be okay almost anywhere that you drop them off. You haven't communicated with them. This is all just kind of a guess that you're getting.
When we go to Melanoa, I don't know what's gonna be left of it, but seems like the sort of place they might like, and if it's just an abandoned island now, be kind of agreeable to set some slaves free to start a new life there. We lived
Yeah.
that sort of life, just lived in huts and fished and stuff. Doesn't seem like they'd be too poor off there.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And if they decide they don't want that, well, I'm sure they'll convey it to Nomad.
In the meantime, get towards Tramus first and then to Melnoa. How long is that going to take us? I don't know a whole lot about sailing.
What's
that look like? Maybe
a few days?
a day to Tramus and a day from Tramus to Melnoa, is that right?
That's about right, and that is also with the Sundowner Rex. You know that even in its damaged state, the new ship that you've acquired is a lot faster as long as you're sailing not like directly against the winds, and you've got pretty good trade lines here. You imagine that depending on weather, your other ship can travel between 4 and 6 hexes a day. Obviously, you would have to you would be outpacing the Sundowner at that point. So it's up to you if you want to split up or whatever. But in theory,
While we're on the subject of possibly switching to this new ship, would I know or could I test before we take off with it if the gusts I can produce as that cantrip would be enough to push the sail?
It helps a little bit, but gust is typically kind of like a very rapid burst of wind. And to control a ship, sorry, coughing, I'm dying over here.
Don't die.
Don't die.
Just a little bit. Typically, to significantly impact the ship's movement, you need a constant stream of wind. So something like the actual gust of wind spell, or the storm sorcerer's ability that does a constant flow of wind would be better than just quick little bursts from gust. It can help you make a really quick, erratic, kind of jerky move to one side or the other to maybe, I don't know, avoid a collision or something like that.
Right, but it's not gonna be viable for long-term travel.
Right.
Now the only problem we're gonna run into is that we need to get somewhere, presumably Melnoa, to do this chaos brig ritual before the end of the night tonight, because we need it tomorrow if we're gonna go to the Tree Raw Seasons meet. So we ain't really got time for 2 days worth of sailing. If it was anybody else, Nordo kind of looks over towards the Crimson Hand Orcs. If it was anybody else, I'd say we just give them the other ship. They can go where they want to go, but I don't trust them orcs with it. Although I don't know about Chelsea and your orcs. Little Ace, I don't know if they could take. Not sure they're the sailing type. You said they spent most of the time in the underdog, is that right?
Hey, Chelsea, can anyone in your crew sail?
Oh, ship this big? I don't think so. Fish and crab.
You're killing me, man.
Listen, I'm just telling it how it is. We could try. I mean, we're up to the challenge.
I think this ship might be a little bit out of the range.
Yeah, this might be a crazy idea, but I'm just spitballing here. We could put the orcs on Sundowner Rex, give one of them the ring, anybody can use that, and not teach them how to turn the engines back on. Just let them know they've only got a few days and they need to get away from it.
Which orcs are you doing this to? Your orcs or my orcs?
I figured mine, although we'd still have to figure out how your orcs would get home, but that way they can sail to Tramus and Sundowner Rex will be free, and I don't know, that might be insane.
We still need to sell these engines.
Yeah, we need the money from these engines. And that's pretty evil, Nordo.
I ain't evil, just sending them home and tell them to get away from the ship before the elemental gets out. I'll take
Okay, I
that.
thought you meant not tell them about the engine and just be like, good luck, be fast.
We're
No,
still
I
not
meant,
sending them with a bomb.
and frankly, I don't give too much of a good goddamn about doing evil things to these orcs. They done evil things to me for years and years. But that's neither here nor there. I'd rather just be rid of them. I don't need to tangle with them or nothing.
Why don't we park on one of these islands for now? We can do the ritual tonight, and then we can all leave in the next, like after the ritual's done. The islands will have plenty of food, at least for a couple days.
The islands are new. They just came out of the ocean. There's probably not going to be any food on them.
Yeah,
There's
I
going to
don't
be
know
all
if
the
it-
fish that were underneath them.
True.
Those things came up very quickly. They're going to be littered with fish currently. Fish that's only going to be good for a few days, anyways. Might as well put some of it to use.
That's very clever.
I'd be more
Thank you.
inclined to do the ritual at Mel Noah, but maybe we could stop by these little islands, gather up some food, and then try to get to Mel Noah by the end of the day. Go from there. Sorry, it ain't urgent or nothing. Just a little worried about this ritual
We should
shooting us off into some other world, something crazy like our rituals tend to do.
probably rest before that. We were up most of the night, weren't we?
No, so meta talk. I think it's like 6 a.m. or something right now. We've rested and then got to the God Shell at like 4 in the morning, right before sunrise.
Yeah.
It's only been a couple hours.
Gotcha.
You spent a few hours in there. It's like probably 6:30, 7 in the morning. Yeah.
So we
Alright.
could get to Melnoa by, middle of the day or so. A couple stops for fish and such on these little islands. I ain't too keen on the idea of all these orcs setting foot on my homeland, but we all make do.
All right. To Melnoa then.
All right. You guys are doing well. Moat has taken to the other ship very naturally. He's able to sail it alongside. And the weather is perfect. It's beautiful. It's clear. You watch over the next few hours as the storm clouds continue to recede in all directions until there is no more sign of them. And the sun comes up. You begin to see seagulls kind of gathering over the horizons. You can tell each time that you pass by one of these newly emerged little islands, there's just they're peppered, they're littered with seagulls that have landed and are opportunistically gorging on, as Gale predicted, sea life of all varieties, dead fish flopping around, but also occasionally you see larger creatures, sharks, octopi, and every once in a while aberrations that are keeping a wide berth clear around them, as the local wildlife knows not to get close enough to let them wriggle nearby. You do see that there's also coral formations that have popped up on a lot of these things. Bright colors in the long mist sunlight, pinks and blues and greens and yellows that just kind of add this rainbow of color all around you. To what would otherwise just be kind of these bland brown and gray rocks that have jutted up out of the ocean. But after a few hours, around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there's a little bit of a gap, and then a new speck of land on the horizon that, unlike all the others, is covered in green, indicating that it is old, that it has been up for some time. And there's a familiar mountain crest and a tall hill that is split in two. And it's been a very, very long time since you've seen it, Nordo. But you recognize Melnoa and some of these sparkling white beaches, the tall cliffs, coves that immediately feel familiar despite not having seen them for a very, very long time.
As we get even to where it's just on the horizon, Nordo's like nervously pacing with the looking glass, trying to see if he sees anything living on this island.
Sure, give me a perception check.
At some point in the 2-hour voyage over, Nordo looks to these new islands and to the storm clouds going away, and he just says, so also, what the fuck just happened back there?
The Tarask?
Yeah, I mean, I went there because I thought we were saving our friends from some gnolls, but we lifted up islands out of the sea and sent storm clouds running, and Flick, your whale monsters were there too, and somehow the slavers are involved in all of it. It's all way above my head, but that was quite an ordeal.
I mean, they're not my whale monsters.
They sure
I
seemed
mean,
like your whale monsters. They
it did what
definitely
you
went
seemed
said.
right
like
away
it.
as soon as you told them to.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, well, when you put it that way.
Exactly. But yeah,
So I'm trying to roll this roll.
I'm good with words and numbers both.
What
did,
made
like-
you think that they would listen to you?
Well, you've seen the weird tentacle shit that I can do sometimes, and Nomad and I have seen the, Deep Mother for whatever.
Yeah, very
She's
odd.
Probably weird connection with me, and she might have been like, trust me or whatever, and then all the abjurations came out of the sea, so
What do you
That's-
mean might have been trust me?
she said to me, whenever we were being attacked by a bunch of things, I put a voice in my head, as you do, and it was her voice telling me to trust in her, and then all the abjurations came out of the sea, and I'm like, okay, sure, why not? And then whenever I drove the ship into them, I was expecting them both to be good, so it wasn't just numbers, it was numbers and other extenuating factors.
Well, I guess Deep Mother must not be all bad then. I kind of figured she was against us and all this.
Yeah, I'm still unsure. I mean, she likes me, I know that much, but
It seems that she loves her children. She does not like me, and she does not like the mutants that she did not work on herself.
right. I don't know what her beef with you is, but we'll get that eventually, I'm sure. Hopefully.
He
Hopefully.
just shrugs. He also says physically the word shrug. Shrug.
Well, I'm glad to hear I'm not the only person who didn't have any idea what all that was about. But I will say that heart, all that blood, I absorbed it. Felt, I don't know, right. Made me feel strong, and I still feel that way, even though the heart's all gone.
That
Guess
was
you're
pretty
right
cool.
about that Earth connection there, friend Nomad.
It seems the experiment was not inconclusive. Whatever power that is now, it's stronger. He just kind of taps Nordo's shell on the chest area. I don't know where the shell travels. I think it covers his chest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Inside. Perhaps more experiments at a later date.
Perhaps.
Do you have any theories? Has this ever happened before? Do you ever hear primordial in your head?
No, nothing like that. I ain't never had any sort of connection to any of this till you and I did that little experiment with the jar of dirt. Ever since then, I've just been trying little things here and there, but nothing like this. Nothing like what I got from that heart.
This makes me very curious.
Do
Me
you
too.
do you still have that heart?
No, when I put it inside that big orange egg thing and it made all the storm clouds go, the ball just disappeared, the heart and the egg and everything. Did the ice pillar disappear, or just the egg?
It did, and that was actually pretty apparent to all of you. It shattered into a million tiny pieces and then left a big old tunnel straight down that tower.
Which I suppose is what I'm wondering is if, well, after I said I didn't want to do it, I think I may accidentally raised up some dead god or something. Not a god, just
shit
a
happens.
Trask.
Yeah, but also that is that's possibly a good thing.
It's definitely a good thing.
No.
Why
No,
not?
it's definitely not.
Well, what do you mean, Moats? I thought you were.
I mean,
So
if we're gonna get the Raiju and the Ryujin back in line, we're gonna have to have the Trask and the Phoenix back.
I suppose that makes
To-
sense.
Ensure the complete destruction of the world
No, to ensure everything stays in balance.
through complete
I mean, right now we've had
destruction.
a storm for like 3 months straight. We don't want that.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody wants to be eaten by something bigger than an island.
That's definitely true.
I do
But they
not think
just need
these
to
can.
keep each other in
Yeah.
line.
That's why there has to be 4 in balance. As long as they keep fighting, they won't eat anyone.
Well, then how
Nothing's
do they
ever
live?
perfectly good, and nothing's ever perfectly evil. You gotta take things as they are.
Just don't understand how it could survive biologically.
They are not exactly biological creatures, rather.
Well, speaking of not being biological, do you have anything left from that heart or the statue?
Nordo looks kind of like over himself, and like his, for lack of a better way of putting it, his like muscles are bulging more than normal. He almost looks like he's bigger. I really did absorb the blood from it. It's an old trick I learned from the orcs a long time ago, and usually it just gives me a little bit more get after it in a fight. But it did something different this time. I can feel connected to the earth and stone, and like I did with that wall you wanted me to bust down. I kind of connect to it. So I don't have anything, I don't know, physical. Got the blood. Matter of
You could
fact,
give me
he
some of
pulls
your
out.
blood.
He pulls out the armband. Is it still like presumably stained with the blood that was like seeping into it as he was carrying it
Absolutely.
around on his back?
And for the record, unless you've taken time to clean up, it's covering a lot of you too.
Oh yeah, no, he's like covered in blood still.
Yeah.
He probably like freshened up a little after the fight, but not much.
That'll work. Can I see the crafting page?
Absolutely. And actually, I'll go and show these now while you're here, because one of the things that Vasu found was a little jewel box that contained a couple of magical stones.
At some point, I do want to take the time, probably with nomads, but identify all that stuff that we found, because we have like...
But yeah, there were like 8
Sure.
things.
Awesome.
Oh, I'm so excited.
And a ton of magic items to identify.
So all this stuff in the merge box is new. Vasu found these. Notably, the 3C and the 4C are both fairly dense.
Oh man, they're colors that I need. I need them.
Yeah, you lucked out big time. Those were all randomly rolled. Before you even asked, actually. I didn't want to say anything at the time.
Are those browns?
It's 2 browns and a black and a white. The brown is a 4C that is 10V, which is exceptionally dense. You would know that that thing is worth the real world equivalent of like $30,000, I think, something in that ballpark.
Goodness.
And then the black one is also pretty dense too. I think it's worth about $12,000.
Let's trade it for a used Honda Odyssey.
A Hondosity?
That's Orcish for airship.
Oh.
While he's looking over the crafting page, I will go ahead and show off the things that you guys identify.
Spectacular.
First, money-wise, you guys
Say I'll add this to the party loot.
You guys all take some time and chip in what you found. Gale grabs his big old sack that he shoved a bunch of coins into. Elise brings over a little sack that she managed to fill a little bit. All of you kind of find all the coins that you accidentally scooped up, and adding it all together. 146 platinum pieces, 936 gold pieces, 3,105 silver pieces, 6,155 copper pieces.
Does everyone get? So we currently have 200 gold pieces in the party loot. I feel like that's enough. Or is everyone good with me just splitting this gold up and just doing that immediately? Anyone objected to that plan?
Maybe
I'm
we can
fine.
just put all the copper in the party loot. Does that sound okay?
That works too.
Is that including the 20 that we found in the box?
No.
I don't think so.
So deal with all that however you want to deal with that.
So it should be 166 platinum.
And then going through all of the things that you guys found. Let's see. First of all, this you guys found before you sailed over here, but haven't identified until now. This is the flail.
How many grung do we add to our inventory?
8 grung.
So wait, are they all the same color spots, or is there like one for every color like Yoshi's?
They're like Yoshi's. They're all different colors. There are 2 orange ones, but they're all different colors.
Hot damn, it's one of these.
Passively.
Really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just if everyone can weigh in really quick. Elise and Duel question mark? Okay.
I don't see why not.
We can pay Elise on our own after we
Alright,
get a split.
We'll buy Elise a dope magic weapon. We'll still split it with Duel though. Okay, I'll split it by 8.
Are we sure? You wasn't even here.
Yeah. Don't feel bad about not doing it. It is totally reasonable if they don't participate in the arc to not split.
Yes, she wasn't in this arc at all, so let's just put it between 7 of us.
Potentially, yeah.
Hot damn.
Notably, because there are 3 people here who are very familiar with artificing and magic stone. This item contains 1632, 48, 64, 72, 76, 80, 88 cubic inches of magic stone in it.
How the fuck?
That's atypical and a bit of a
That's
red
a
flag.
lot.
That usually what that means is that something non-human made this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm non-human, but
Which means it's cursed.
A lot
Does
of the time,
it?
a lot of the time, it does usually means it comes with some sort of strings attached.
yeah, okay, that makes sense.
With that said, that's just a thing that you would passively know as a background thing. It's not always true. You found other magic items that are like that. Your maze eye is like that.
Does
Yeah,
it
the Star
remind me
Shard has
all?
128.
Does it remind me at all of the Firebird's Talon? Does it seem like a Tarask specific holy weapon?
Boy. Give me Arcana or Religion? That's a reasonable vibe to get from it. They've explained to you that it's definitely made by some sort of a non-mortal crafter, which indicates that it's probably made by some sort of supernatural being. That's a reasonable guess. You can't really know for sure, but it's a reasonable guess.
I'll take it.
Excellent. Do you attune to it?
I'm sorry, man. I'll take that answer.
Okay.
That works for me.
Okay.
No,
gotcha.
yeah, no.
All right. Let's see. Next up, you guys find a potion. It looks like kind of this liquid iron, this dark gray metal color. You can identify it or just dip a finger in and taste it. You learn that it is a potion of invulnerability. Next up.
Oh shit.
This one's
That's a big deal.
Vasu found while looking for things that looked like jewels or jewel related. At first it kind of looks like a little charm, but it's clearly magical. It's in very good condition, and when you identify it, you learn that it is actually extremely valuable.
Ooh.
These are
Damn.
good.
Truly.
Look at those luck checks. This is a moat thing.
Absolutely.
Or doesn't Gale roll that for artificing?
Luck checks? Not really.
No, wait. Never mind. That's artificing stuff. Never mind.
Ability checks and savings throws, though, that's for artificing. That'll be good in Gale as well.
Yeah.
But he's so super full of attunement slots.
Moat, while looking for things that looked religious or related to the elementals or something like that, found this bizarre orb made of glass that seemed to contain some sort of storming elemental energy, almost certainly air elemental energy of some sort, but it was encased in this box that had a lot of Terran writing on it. And there are these tiny little black, probably adamantine chains that form an X on each face of the box. And after identification, you learn that it is a devastation orb, which is a small nuke of sorts.
Oh, here you go, Gale. Just right away. That's yours.
Take it.
Yeah, I'd appreciate having this.
That's what I was afraid
I
of.
trust you implicitly with.
You find... Or sorry, go.
No, that's it.
Alright. You find a number of weapons. A lot of them were mundane, but you were able to spot the magical ones and grab them. Two of them are just +1 great axe and a +1 great club. No additional magical properties. You do also find a +1 boomerang that has the returning property.
That's so cool. Sure, for fishing with javelin.
Notably, it shares proficiency with javelins, but it is a ranged weapon. It does use dex.
I do. Is it attunement?
None of those weapons are attunement.
That would be really cool. Is that? I'm assuming that my this counts as a range weapon, right? So yeah, I could get this. I get including the bonus. I'd have a +3 to all my attacks with range with this one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would-
You do. So you either need to be proficient with the javelin or proficient with simple weapons. But I'm sure
I'm a
you are.
ranger.
Yeah, you're a
Yeah.
ranger. You're good.
Yeah. Would everyone be proposed to Gale and I taking the stones from the Great Club and Great Axe? I don't think anyone's gonna use them,
Nah, go for it.
right? Gale, do you think the gray stones would be better suited for our like resources?
Yeah.
Then,
I said go for it.
no, I'm asking Gale.
Oh.
The fuck you think you are? Oh no, Gale's dead. He's
No,
taking the
it's fine.
devastation orb air, and is just hiding with it now.
No, I'm just checking stuff. They closed the damn things and now they're gone forever. Oh, what are the stones? What level?
Just a bunch of grays. For the +1 Great Club and Great Axe. They've got 2C, 4V gray stones each. Four for each of them.
For each.
Yep, for each.
Would you be opposed to me taking those out and trying to combine them together?
I don't mind. Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like, if everyone was okay with it.
Yo, I'm not planning to use that, so
Let's do
Go for
it. No one's gonna use these.
All right, pulling them out's easy enough. It takes 2 hours to get them all out.
I'll help you out, Gale. Let's do it. Let's combine them.
Real quick, because some time is passing here. Nordo, you spot almost nothing on the island, aside from a little fire a little ways up the beach, where there is a single hut. And we'll probably deal with all of that once we get through all of this. But
Yeah, okay.
before we start the merging real quick, let's get through the remaining items. Those have been disenchanted. Great Club disenchanted. Let's see. You do find a mace that is magical, and it is a little more interesting than just a +1. It works as rules written, which I think lets you use an action to cast fear 4 times a week in an AoE around you, or some sort of a fear-like effect, something like that. I'd have to dig up the exact rules on that. And likewise, you find a magical ring that allows you to cast a number of spells that make you good at dealing with animals. There's like Speak with Animals, Fear that can only be used on animals, and something else that I forget what it is.
Is that one attunement?
I believe both of them are attunement, yeah.
Gotcha. Say Nordo will take that if it's not attunement, but if it is, then meh.
And that is all that you found, all that you looted.
Animal influence. The Mace of Terror. As raw?
Yep.
Oh, so like there's some. These are real items.
Yeah, those are vanilla items. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Real quick, we can try this merging out while we're here.
Yeah, let's do it after session. Since this is
Yeah.
Nordo's probably last session.
That's a very good point. Okay.
We're like at his home.
Yep, that's valid. All right. So as you guys bring the ship closer, you do see that there is this one small trail of smoke coming from a campfire that is in front of a very small hut that is just a little ways up a hill or a dune, just right next to one of the beaches. It's up to you if you want to try to like approach that or land somewhere remote. Your call.
What do you think is best, Nordo?
Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. I haven't been here since I was 8 years old. Last time I was here, it was just us turtles lived here in huts and such. It's before the slaves came and took everybody and killed everybody who fought them. I didn't know if there'd be anybody left. I certainly don't know if anybody's living here now, but it's been 9 years, so somebody's probably moved in. I reckon maybe go towards the fire, see who's here.
I will do that.
All right, you guys start to pull it in, and as you approach, you aren't disturbed. You're able to set the ship down pretty easily, and you at first don't see any sort of activity or movement, but after about 2 or 3 minutes of just kind of setting up anchor and setting up boardwalks to get off of the ship and make your way to the beach, you do see that there's a little bit of a rustling of cloth. As a turtle, very old looking, probably in his 50s or 60s, bleached skin, pale blue, kind of like Nordo's, but grayed and cracked with time and age, and just these baggy cheeks and these sunken eyes, pokes his head out from the tent, looks a little bit kind of confused and then surprised, and then he pulls the rest of himself out with creaking bones and aching joints. And he takes a seat on the log right next to his little hut, and he grabs a little pot and he starts to kind of hold it over the fire and shake it a little bit, and then he reaches in with his bare hands, pulls out what looks like some sort of a crawdad or crawfish or something, and he just kind of wordlessly watches all of you as you get off the ship and unpack and potentially approach.
For what it's worth, if we can manage it just like ship-wise, I'd like to keep the savage ship like far enough away that the sails aren't obvious. At least not bring a savage ship to this island.
That is fair. You can. There's like a little bay that you can kind of leave it behind.
Okay.
That way you don't have to bring the sails around.
Do I recognize this particular turtle by any chance?
Oh boy, give me an investigation check, and I'd let you do it with wisdom if you want.
I'd love to.
Yeah. It's been a long time, but he was already old when you knew him, so there have not been a lot of changes. He just looks older than you remember him. You recognize this as Sungal. He's just an old man that used to live with you guys. He was always kind of a loner, just lived by himself, but was part of the clan, part of the crew.
Sungle, is that you?
I'll be damned. I thought for sure I was the only one left. What in the hell are you doing back here?
I don't even know if you recognize me. I was just a boy when I left here, but I recognize your face, old timer.
You were Nordo's boy.
I was. Came to pay my respects. You didn't happen to know if he's still around, did you?
He kind of looks down at his pot, clearly trying to avoid eye contact for a little bit. And then eventually he lifts his head up and he kind of motions over to the north, where there's a little bay and a couple of large trees. And you can see that they weren't there before. You don't remember them. But there's a couple rows of maybe 20 or 30 little headstones that have all just been set up in a row between these large trees. I tried to remember everyone. The one for you.
That was very kind of you. You're really the only one left. Nobody else here.
Just me and you and your sister. Where is she? She said she was coming to get you.
She came here too.
Sure did put a name on your stone. You didn't have one before. Said they called you Makari.
Yeah, they did before. She's somewhere else now. She'll come home soon enough, I think. We'll talk some more. I'm gonna go pay my respects. You don't mind?
He kind of nods and he goes back to just kind of eating quiet by himself.
Okay. I'm just gonna walk over towards those headstones. Search for presumably one that says Makari and one that says Nordo.
Yep. You kind of take a walk over there, and you do see that a lot of them, instead of names, they just have so and so's son or so and so's daughter. Kids that hadn't quite reached naming age. But there is one that is originally kind of etched painstakingly, but not particularly well. Nordo's son, and then you can see that over it, in chalk, already starting to kind of wash away in the weather or whatever. Clearly not meant to be permanent. But in different handwriting, there's a scratch over Nordo's son, and written below it in chalk, Mikari.
I'll stop by that one for just a moment, and I'll just kind of wipe that chalk away if I can, if it comes off easily.
It does, easy enough. You can tell that it's probably not been here any longer than maybe a couple weeks.
Okay. And then I'll look for one that says Nordo.
Right next to it.
Okay. I'll just walk up to that and kind of take a knee for a second. Just survey the whole scene. Dad, sorry it took me so long getting back here. I got your letter, and I brought you something too. And he kind of reaches into the satchel at his side and produces his sketchbook, the blue cover with the emblem of the Monastery of Mount Orthos, and opens it up and kind of puts it just on the ground in front of him. Says there's some stories from my travels. Ain't much, but you always did tell the best stories. And for a bit, he just kind of thumbs through it. Looks through the very first pages of very bad drawings when he was just learning to draw that kind of show his home and his time with the orcs. And then through the more recent times, the monastery. And then the most recent pages of Laughing Jack's Gauntlet and Salt Bowl and accidentally stumbling on a vampire town and finding Tomarella's bones. Just all their travels and adventures. The most recent page and the final one of the book being a balcony overlooking a sea with sort of raindrops suspended in the sky. I think you like these. I've been so many places, seen so many things. There's so much out there, Dad, you wouldn't believe how big it all is. The size of everything. These ain't all happy stories. I've seen some terrible things. They all got a little bit of good in them, though. And he just kind of closes the book and, just with his hands, places one on the ground on either side of this grave. And closes his eyes and focuses. And just a little bit of dirt kind of lifts up and moves out of the way. And he kind of places the book in where this dirt is and starts moving dirt back over it to sort of bury it on top of this grave. I don't know what all this means. I'm just as lost as ever. But when this is all over, I'll find you. I promise. Just like you said, the setting sun and the green waters and the white shores, all that. I'll bring Leah too. It'll be like the old days. You have my word. Thank you for saving me, for everything. And then he just kind of stays there for a while.
After a few minutes of just thinking and reminiscing, you glance down at where you've just buried this book. And the dirt and the way that it's been disturbed and then piled back up on top of something, it seems almost like you can feel it. Like there's this lump that you can almost feel like a lump under your skin. And at first it just kind of nags on you on some sort of a primal subconscious level, but eventually it hits you why it's standing out to you, and it's because just a few feet to your left, in front of your own headstone, you see what that lump will look like in about 3 days. You realize that the dirt in front of yours has been recently disturbed and covered back up.
I'll sort of stand up and brush my knees off, wipe my eyes a little bit, and walk over and move the dirt out of the way to see what's buried there.
You kind of scoot over and you begin to dig, and you don't have to dig too far. Give me an investigation check.
Sorry, it's trying. Roll 20.
I believe in it.
Oh, jeez.
Excellent.
With wisdom?
No. What would it be with
Still
wisdom?
only it would be a 6 with wisdom.
Okay. You don't have to dig far. It's only a few inches deep. You dig and dig until eventually your hands hit flesh. Kind of this pale clay color. And you keep digging until you find a finger. And then a hand. Big, thick. And as you pull it out, you find what appears to be the hand of an orc. A strong orc. An orc with ornate tattoos that indicate that he was probably in charge. Almost certainly the warlord's hand. And around the wrist where it's been severed, you can see there's a clean cut and a heated, superheated, cauterized closing. The edges of which are scarred with these branch-like lightning patterns for a few inches.
I'm assuming I probably recognized this hand from the vision I had of her, like, holding and staring at a hand also.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just pick it up and hold it for a second, and with a bit of a smirk on his face, Nordo's just like, I had a girl. I'll just, for now, take it and put it in my satchel and cover the dirt back over it. And I'm a siege weapon now, so I could do this violently, but I'd rather not. I'm gonna just sort of, like I did with that stone wall in Air Cage earlier, and actually it will be a little bit violent. Nordo places his hand on this gravestone that says son of Nordo, or Nordo's son, and was scratched over with Makari. And he just places his own hand on that and sort of focuses, and that gravestone kind of shatters as well.
Excellent. Give me a wisdom check.
I'll make it an unarmed strike if I have to, but there's the wisdom check. If it ever loads.
If it ever loads. Regardless of the result of this, one thing that happens is it does split straight down the middle and kind of cracks to either side, and the sand kind of slumps up around it. And there's just a clean split straight down the middle.
And was there a grave for Leah as well?
There is.
Or was there not one?
There is.
I'll
right
do the
next to
same. Do the same for hers as well.
Excellent. Likewise, you walk over to it, and there's a moment, and then some vibration, and then a clean split straight down the middle. Anyway, while that is loading eventually, the next few hours kind of go by fairly uneventfully. It sounds like Gale probably does some identification and a little bit of gym work. It's still pretty early in the day, but eventually, by the time he gets done with the first few rounds of merging and identifying, it gets to about dinner time. For a little while, Sungul disappears for a little bit, but he does eventually come back with a small, not really even terribly small, a pretty decent-sized axe beak thrown over his shoulder. And he begins to kind of prepare that. And he keeps looking out over your crew to see how many of you there are, and kind of shakes his head a little bit, but he continues to do what he can.
Oh, you don't need to trouble yourself, Sungul. We got plenty of food. We won't be long.
Hey, there it is. Okay, perfect. Noted. Well, I insist. Truthfully, the reason I stayed on this island all this time is so I could try to remember it and all its people, and if you don't mind, I'd like to hear what you've been up to all this time. just so I have another story to tell eventually before I go join all them bones.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long one, but I take it you got plenty of time.
All the time in the world. But I don't feel bad asking for your time without at least giving you something to sup on.
Yeah, much obliged. And I'll sit down and have a bit of whatever he's cooking and recount everything from the very beginning.
Cool. He seems especially interested in like the recent events and how you ended up here. He asks if you like he was under the impression you eventually find that Leah came here a few days ago claiming to be looking for you. Said that she was headed off to find you, like she seemed excited, like she had a lead or something like that. And when you recount what has happened and the fact that you didn't speak with her, he's like, you didn't talk to her none. She didn't, get in touch with you?
No, not direct. We tried some magic and it was all messed up, and I saw her just earlier today. She was on that airship and she tried to turn and, well, I think she was trying to kill those slavers that came here. I don't know. She was captain in one of their ships. I don't know if she's under some sort of spell or witchcraft, something making her do things she doesn't mean to. But no, I ain't talked to her directly.
That's real strange. But anyway, I'm sure she'll be all right. You'll be reunited before this is all said and done. Hopefully.
I believe we will. Got back here. It's this is a little bit strange, but what are your thoughts about having some new neighbors? I point up to the grung that are on the ship.
He kind of looks over with a smile, like, I don't know if they're too much good company, but I wouldn't mind, I suppose.
They were taken just like I was as a kid, just like all of us were. It seemed kind of right to bring some life back to this place.
I think that'd be right. There's a nice spot right over by that waterfall where I think they'd be real cozy.
Yeah, all right then. You can call me Nordo, by the way. That's what I've been going by. Just seemed right. Best way to remember him by.
Huh. You go by Nordo.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll remember. I was only a little kid when I left here. I didn't have a name yet, and orcs called me Makari, but after everything happened, I kind of wanted to put that behind me. Picked a name for myself, and it seemed like the right one. You've been around a long time, though. You ain't happen to know what my mom and dad were planning on naming me, do you? I don't know how well you knew them growing up.
No, I'm sorry. I can't say that I do. I don't know if they decided.
That's all right. Nordo was a fine name.
It's a fine name indeed.
If you don't mind my asking, what do you remember about my mother? My father and sister never liked talking about her. It was always got the sense maybe it was a sore subject or something, but all I ever really knew was her name and that she died before I hatched.
Well, I remember that she was very sick for a long time. I don't know if she was from around here originally, and honestly, a lot of people just kind of figured it was all the local plant life. Maybe it was messing with her breathing or something. She was real nice. But,
She wasn't from around here then, you saying?
yeah, no, I always heard she came from somewhere up to the north. Truthfully, I don't remember a whole lot.
Oh, that's alright. To be real honest with you, that's more than I already knew, so you done me a favor. Thanks for staying here, watching this place. Thought for sure I was going to come back to an empty island. It's good to see a friendly face here after all these years.
Of course, somebody had to do it. Real quick, and I wouldn't normally do this, but that is, the dice tell the story. Passive insight of 18. How do I put this? Fuck, it's a natural one. You got fishy vibes. You got fishy vibes when he tried to remember things about your mom. You get the feeling that he doesn't really remember, or like there's just, I don't know. He's either trying to cover something up, or he doesn't want to say something, or there's like, I don't know. He's having a hard time dealing with that question. There's something there.
Okay.
And it's real loosey-goosey. It's kind of hazy, but you just kind of pick up on that was a weird question for him to answer.
Interesting. If there's look, you ain't gonna hurt my feelings or nothing. If anything you can tell me, if she was a outcast or people didn't like her, or I'd like to know just anything I can. It's all so far in the past now. I'm just trying to figure out where I came from, to be honest with you.
No, I should be forthright. I'll tell you what. Let me go speak with the Waters overnight, and in the morning, I'll tell you what I know.
Is he being honest with me?
Give me an insight check.
I don't know if I can double insight.
Sure, give me an insight check. You've only really done your passive so far, so a check is okay.
He immediately rose away.
Roll initiative. I'm sure that insight check will come through here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
Well, if a tree where all seasons meet is in the Feywild, we might have some weird time shenanigans.
So technically,
Fair.
if I'm remembering it right, we have to do the Chaos Sprig ritual tonight, because the Chaos Sprig says that you have to let it cool overnight to finish the ritual. And then tomorrow is when we're actually going to the tree.
Right.
I think was how we timed it out.
Yeah. And I don't think we have to go immediately. I think we just have to get the Chaos Sprig first.
Well,
and
we have
Chaos
to.
Sprig is on the time limit.
We have to do it on the harvest moon was the issue, which is tomorrow night.
Or we have to get a bunch of dwarven spirits or something.
Yeah.
Like alcohol, right?
Yeah. We also have to get like shit house drunk on dwarven spirits.
Are we sure that's what they meant and not like dead dwarves?
Where are we gonna get either?
It's a strong point.
They're both equally hard to get at this point.
You get the feeling that he is just a little flustered, and he's trying to buy some time so we can try to figure out what he's going to do. It just kind of seems like maybe he doesn't have the heart to tell you something, or there might actually be a little bit of truth to like the religious element that he was going for. He might be trying to figure out, like, fuck, like making peace with whatever before he says something. Like, he's clearly holding some information close to the chest, but you don't get malicious vibes as much as, like, oh shit, what do I tell this kid vibes.
I'm gonna glance over towards Nomad if he's nearby. I assume everybody's kind of nearby.
I assume.
And just like tap on my temple.
Yeah, I assume you guys have all kind of gathered around to eat and stuff. He made a lot. He intended to share.
So yeah, he looks over towards friend Nomad and just sort of like taps on his temple and raises his eyebrows suggestively.
Like, He connects. Hello.
Hey, friend Nomad, you do me a favor. I don't know if you've got the magic for it, but there was that one time you dug into my thoughts and tried to find Leah. Would you be able to read this here feller's thoughts? Would he know if you did it?
He would if I went deep. But he wouldn't if it was just a surface thought.
He doesn't seem to. Well, you heard him. He doesn't seem to want to tell me about my mother. I feel like there's something he's hiding from me. Seems like he doesn't want to hurt my feelings or something. I'm sure he's well intentioned. I don't want to spook him or hurt him or nothing.
Oh, this is going to be very spooky. Especially if he doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, maybe not then. I don't want to. He's a good guy. He's an old timer. I don't mean to cause him any harm. Just curiosity. He'll tell me about it someday. I'll talk to him again.
Perhaps I can persuade him to.
Nordo kind of scans you up and down in your like fine elven robe and your weird plague doctor mask. He's like, I think if anyone was going to persuade him, well, you see where we are. And he kind of looks around at this, tropical but almost uninhabited island with nothing but huts and fish roasting over fire. He's like, he ain't never seen anybody like you in his whole life. I reckon he's probably a little spooked just having you around. He doesn't know any better.
That's correct. And my persuasiveness usually hinges on magic. Probably not a good idea.
Yeah, it was probably not a good suggestion to begin with. But...
Oh, exactly what the spell I was going to use too. Suggestion. How did you know? Yeah. This is a nice place. Nomad says, looking around.
It is a nice place. I didn't know what I'd find when I came back here, and I'm happy I just found home. It feels right being back here.
Welcome home, friend Nordo.
Thanks for a nomad. Thanks for getting me here. Couldn't have done it without you.
And I would not have made it here without everyone else as well. What will we do now?
Well, a couple things. First, I'd like it if you'd go tell this grung they can live here if they want to and see if they like that idea.
Okay.
And then after that, we got us a chaos brig to try to grow. And we got to figure out what to do with all these orcs. It's a final order business.
I believe we're shipping them off to Tramus.
Believe so. So maybe just spend the evening here. Flick, where's the closest ley line? That's something we ain't factored into any of this. We gonna be able to get to that within a day tomorrow?
I actually have I might have an idea. Actually, I need to roll for that probably.
Believe in you.
Oh my god, would Flick know where a major ley line is? Oh boy. You could give me... You could give me an Arcana check. It's gonna be a stretch.
Super weird flex. Would I know where a major ley line was?
Possibly. You actually would probably be more likely to know than Flick would.
That's fair.
Yeah, 13.
It's a good roll for the Pact of the Talisman.
But yeah, Moat, you can also give me Arcana. Okay. Boy.
Unless it could be religion.
What would the difference be if it was religion? I don't think... I mean, maybe?
What is a ley line again?
Ley lines are magical flows of energy, places where the weave flows especially strongly. They are geographical. They wax and wane over the course of a week. They cycle. They have a weekly cycle, which is why a lot of magic refreshes on a weekly basis.
Yeah, that makes sense. Would I know anything about it?
Very possibly, yeah. Both of you, both Flick and Moat so far, remember that you came across ley lines and even a map of ley line in the Sunken Observatory. But with that said, I don't think anyone made a map of those or anything like that.
Religion would be a 16 if that matters.
Religion would be a 16. You would know that typically a lot of very important religious and magical buildings, especially temples and places of power, are built on places where ley lines have especially bright hotspots or where they intersect. So you would know that anywhere near a place of tremendous power could potentially be along a ley line or at a hotspot on a ley line.
See if I can figure out ley line.
Nomad can definitely give me an Arcana check. Yeah, you would likewise be able to tell that a lot of the time places of tremendous power or energy are built on hotspots or places where major ley lines intersect. You know that they ebb and flow over time, so a place that is a hotspot one day might not be the next. It rotates on a weekly basis. With a 23, you might even know of ways to detect ley lines. You would know that... how would you do this? There's probably... you would probably know that using spells
Sticks.
Like what? Oh, gotcha.
2 sticks.
2 sticks.
Detect magic, right?
You would probably know that using spells like either detect magic or even identify several times over the course of a day, you might be able to triangulate the position of a nearby ley line. It would require multiple castings of the spell and also probably an Arcana check, but you would at least know the process for locating nearby ley lines.
Okay, I have those as rituals anyway, so it should be possible.
Cool.
I inform the rest, we can find out how or where the ley lines are by doing this, and I can start doing that today or next thing in the morning. Because it takes a day, right?
Yeah, you would need probably at least, so depending on how your checks go, you might be able to find it in just 2 or 3 castings over the course of 2 or 3 hours, or it might take you an entire day to find it, depending on how your checks go.
Yeah, okay.
Also, there's not a guarantee that there's one nearby, but, if there is, you might be able to find it.
True.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Would a ley line be considered a major landmark?
Boy. For a bunch of mages, absolutely. There are definitely mages that make maps of ley lines. For just the common populace, probably not so much.
What about for guiding hand?
Guiding Hand works on anything that has ever been on a map, right?
Yeah, ley lines have been mapped.
Yeah, there are definitely maps of ley lines that have been made by nerdy mages.
Cool. I could use that.
Guiding Hand is such
Compass
a fun
has
spell.
more stuff. It is neat. I keep forgetting I have it on the compass, but we could totally use that. Could have used that to get to the god shell too, but you know.
Yeah, better late than never.
So yeah, we could do that. We probably should get this ritual out of the way and get that wool and honey Belize.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever. Thanks for, well, thank you to all of you actually for getting me here and bearing with me through all this. I've done what I needed to do here, I think.
All right, you guys are able to wrap up dinner smoothly. The Sun Gold does kind of excuse himself, says, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go and talk to the waters and have a little alone time. Don't mess with my stuff too much, if you don't mind.
No, we won't touch a thing, Sungle.
Appreciate it.
Is talking with the waters, is that endurance training?
Endurance of the mind, mostly, and sometimes my patience. They don't much like to talk back all the time, but sometimes they do.
Do turtles just... Can they talk to water? I didn't know that was a thing.
No, I think it's more, well, you remember Archdruid Acodio went and talked to the earth. I think it's something like that.
Oh, that makes sense.
Religious or druids or something. As he's kind of walking away. That's part of makes me wonder if he might know more about me, about all this earth stuff that I ain't know nothing about, if it has something to do with my mother. But who knows? There might be nothing to it. Well, somebody better fetch Elise. She's been dying to do this chaos brig for weeks now.
It's true.
Alright. You guys managed to round up Elise, and she is chomping at the bit to do this. She does warn, like, so I'm ready, but also I have no magic, so we should be careful.
I also have...
I think
Very
we're all pretty tapped, but we have to do it tonight, right? We need this thing in time for the harvest moon.
Then let's do it. And she kind of plops down this jar of dirt in the sand.
Did you bring my pork bone fork with you?
Sure did. She hands it over. She's got the honey and rope. She's got it all. She's ready to go.
I guess we need an oven for this anyway. We might have to go back to the ship. Step 2, preheat oven to 190.
190 specific.
It's got to bake for 6 hours. Maybe. Well, the whole idea was to not do this on the ship so that we wouldn't destroy our ship. It looks like we might have to.
How soon after we take it out of the oven do we have to pour water on it?
Well, we bake for 6 hours. Don't open oven for any reason. Step 5, steal thyself. Step 6, remove from oven and apply fresh water. So after we put it in the oven 6 hours later, then we got to put fresh water on it.
Why don't
Okay.
we use the oven in the other ship then?
I think that's a wise idea, little dragon.
All right.
What time of day is it currently?
About dinner time, 6:30, maybe 7 o'clock or so.
All right then, so we put it in the oven, then bring it back out here to pour the water on it.
Sure.
Perfect.
Does it have to be like consecutively or fast?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering. Is it seemed like you have to do it like immediately out of the oven, or do you have some time to like put the
Well,
water in it?
you got at least enough time to steal thyself, because that's in between taking it out of the oven and putting the water on it.
Yeah, that's fair. By steal thyself, we wear steel?
It just means prepare yourself. Arm yourself.
Be brave, I reckon.
But
Should be simple
For the
enough.
sake of preparation, because we're all tapped as shit, do you guys mind if I take apart this flail?
That's fine by me. That thing looks like it ain't good news.
What is your current limit, Gale? It's like 21, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can totally do that.
So I only want to take out the brownstones out of it.
Oh boy, is it possible to pull some out? Let me see if it's possible to pull just some out.
I think we have to do the
I mean, if I have
entire
to pull everything out, that's fine, but I'm only planning on using the brown ones. So.
Gotcha. I do think you have to pull it all out, which means this would be a 3-hour process.
Okay. I assumed that each head was kind of a separate thing, but
Negative. It is all one consecutive item that shares one attunement and one set of stones.
It's pretty rad.
then yeah, I'll pull that out, and then I'm going to make the thing.
All right, excellent. Let me pull you over here.
Do we have? Do I have gin somewhere in my kitchen?
Definitely, for sure.
Great. But yeah, I bought a bottle of gin in Finest, I think, forever ago.
It sounds right. Okay, let's see. 3 hours later, we've got 2, 4.
Oh man, have we decided if we have to whisper 2 ishes each, or just 2 ishes total?
You know, it seems like with a bunch of these steps, we're not going to know what it is till we get to it, which is not my favorite thing, but I don't see a way around it.
How do we even decide?
I reckon
be fine.
maybe whoever applies the fire has to make the wishes.
I guess.
Seems like Moat probably ought to be the one applying the fire.
It's the best kind of fire.
You know, because he's the fire guy of our party and him alone.
I need a thing to happen, but I can't say shit.
I mean, you're not entirely wrong. If fire is all he can do, he better be good at
That's true, Vasudeva. You got all 4 elements.
it. Yeah. I'm like, what do you call them? A jack-off trade? Jack of all trades. Something like that.
A jack
You're
of
a
all trades? Yeah,
rainbow.
yeah.
I think Jack off trade was correct.
Be prepared to think of that in the past tense.
Yeah.
Gale has plans.
Yeah, Gil just got a nuke, so he's gonna do something dumb with it.
Oh man, if Gale takes the brown ones or the black ones, I'm gonna be really upset.
I don't
I'm
even know
taking
what
the
I
brown
need.
ones. Sorry.
But
If it helps, it's for you.
okay,
Or we
Notably,
can take it apart if you don't like it.
it is the ones that he just pulled out of the flail. It's
Yeah,
Okay,
it's the
okay.
NPCs. Not the big fancy one.
You do definitely learn as you're deconstructing it that this thing is cursed as fuck, but you don't learn the details, and now we'll never know because the handout's been deleted.
Can we identify it?
We
Identify-
did. That's
identify
how we
doesn't
learned.
reveal curses.
Ah,
It's okay. I'm going to invent Greater Identify. It's going to reveal curses.
I actually invented a greater identify for my campaign 1.
It's also known as commune, or
You did.
divination, or legend lore.
I mean, not all legendary
Nah.
items are cursed. And not all cursed items are legendary either.
All right, so if you... so here's the thing. 3 hours later puts it at about 10 o'clock at night when you get all these stones out. Are you wanting to make this now or just at some point?
Oh, you saying we could have short rested before this?
Ideally now, because I don't got a ton of time.
So 1 hour per
I mean, I've got
stone.
the 6 hours while they're cooking this sprig, so.
That's a good point. You can be doing this while they're starting the ritual.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep.
I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up, Gail, if you need anything.
I'm gonna go cuddle Nomad.
Let's
what
cuddle.
day of the week is it?
We got your father back.
Monday.
Can I? I don't remember the rules of Dungeons and Dragons. Do I have to actually like sleep for a short rest, or does like a day of sitting around on this island and shooting the shit with what's his name and eating food count as a short rest?
You do. Because a short rest in Gritty is effectively a long rest, you do have to get at least 6 hours of sleep as part of that rest.
Gotcha.
Unless you have some sort of racial that lets you bypass that.
Gotcha.
So it's 10 o'clock now. It'll take 4 hours to craft this thing, which will put it at 2 in the morning, which I think will be about the time that the baking is done, assuming that nothing weird happens over the course of this ritual. So you can go and get started on all that. But while you're getting started on all that, let's jump to the rest of the party who's working on this weird ritual. You make your way over to the other ship with the jar and the pork, cork, torque, fork, and everything. Tell me what you do.
I hold the pork bone fork in my hand. Are we all ready in case this unleashes some fresh hell on us all?
What do you mean, in case? We got this.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, not to immediately start declining these instructions. Ordinarily, when I make a recipe, I preheat the oven first. This says to torque the cork with the pork bone fork first, and then preheat the oven.
Okay.
I suppose we better follow it by the letter, huh?
Well, we should.
Probably. I mean,
Magic's
yeah.
dumb, so yeah.
Should probably try to take as much chaos out of this chaos sprig as we can.
Alright then. I will take my pork bone fork and jab it into the cork on top of this bottle and torque it open.
Alright. There is a squeaking and swirling cork noise as it kind of grinds against the glass bottle. And then there's a loud pop, and all at once it pops free. And as it does, the cork goes shooting across the room. It bounces off several of the halls. And it keeps bouncing and bouncing with this seemingly boundless amount of energy. And you notice, all of you, that as it continues to bounce from wall to wall to wall, it's growing bigger and bigger and bigger. Until it's about the size of, like a pretty big suitcase. And it's starting to, thud instead of just plink off of all of these walls.
The cork is?
The cork. It's getting bigger and bigger and continuing to bounce with seemingly boundless energy off of all these walls. And several of you are having to, duck, or risk being hit.
I want to try to
Hey,
just,
Bossy,
grab it.
that's a projectile. You should catch it.
I was going to say, I'm going to do the same thing. Well, actually, I don't have key points, so I can't. Well, I still can, just as you can't throw it back. So I want to try to grab it and get it out of the ship, I guess.
Sure. Give me either athletics or a dex check.
And if he misses, I'm going to try the exact same thing. Holy
Ooh,
shit.
shit. Okay, well, this is fortunate. As you realize what's going on, you kind of brace yourself and you line up and you wait for the right moment, and then you reach up and you jump and you grab at this overgrown cork. And as you do, you are shocked to find that instead of catching just a giant cork, this thing, like, it's got some oomph to it. And when you catch it, it starts to drag you along. And you realize that this thing that you've just caught probably weighs about 350 pounds all of a sudden. And you grab it, and as soon as you touch it, its boundless energy just stops and gravity kicks in. And there is a thud, and it threatens to, like, slam down on the floor and potentially smash you or whatever's under it. But you buckle down and you grip as tight as you can, and you're able to just kind of gently ease this thing down. And as you set it down on the ground with a couple of loud thunks, you realize that although the exterior of it still looks like a cork, it has a solid cast iron interior now, with a door that swings open in the front and a little grate, as well as a knob at the bottom center of it, and a little chimney pipe that pops out of the top of it.
Has its own oven.
Oh, that's why we had to torque the cork first. Is this gonna fit out the door if we need it to?
Only one way to find out.
Does it appear to be too big to fit out the door
No.
of this
You
kitchen
can
that
get
we're
it
in?
out the door. It's heavy, but, working together, you can get it.
That will help. You and Moden, I'll assist somehow.
Thanks,
I'll
God.
supervise.
So is
Woman's
this
strength.
thing... This thing's the oven then, is that right?
That's what it
It
seems
looks
like.
it. Yeah.
Well, I guess we don't need this oven then after all. That was liable to destroy this whole ship just in the first step, so let's go ahead and get this out of the ship before we keep working, I reckon.
Or, kill one of us, but yeah, the ship, you're right.
Everyone put your safety helmets on.
Alright, I'm gonna carry it out of the ship to the beach.
Alright.
And also grab the jar of dirt with the seed in it still, I guess.
Yep. You can see that the jar of the dirt, as you pulled the cork out, all of the commotion kind of distracted you, but you can now see that the mouth of this jar has widened, so it's more of almost like a cup shape than a bottle shape. There's no little bottleneck anymore, it's just wide open. And there's dirt at the bottom of it, and a little paper packet sitting on top of the dirt. And you haul this dirt out onto the beach, and then set it down. And you do see that there's a little dial on it that has numbers going from 0 to 100 to 200 to 300 to 400.
But no marks for like the tens, huh?
No.
I'm a little hesitant to eyeball 190. I guess I'm pretty good at eyeballing things, though.
Yeah.
Let's try to-
Let's do some measurements.
Is Yule around?
Yeah, Yule's around.
Does she feel comfortable eyeballing 190?
Oh, of course I can. You don't trust me? I can do it.
I trust you implicitly.
I'll help you. Me and you have handled plenty of ovens, grandmother. We can figure this out.
Sure. I guess give me a cooking check with advantage.
I feel like it's going to automatically set to 190 if it also provides the oven.
I don't know. Looks like there's a lot of heat options on here.
Alright.
It does
If the
ask us specifically to set it though, so
If the oven is provided, why doesn't it just only do 190?
So...
it's mocking us.
I think we're overthinking this chaos sprig. I think it's just going to be a little weird.
Also, is that a C? Is this 190 degrees Celsius?
Centigrade, which is the exact same thing but fantasy. Because any reasonable society would base their, temperature measurements based on the boiling point of water. And the freezing point of water. That's what any reasonable society would do. Anyway.
America's not reasonable.
Yeah, of course. Alright, so you guys work together, and you'll actually, you're kind of glad that you got Yule's help, because apart from the magical oven inside of the Sundowner Rex, normal ovens you just throw wood or coal into and you light it on fire. There's not dials and shit. But it's a pretty common feature in magical ovens, and she's worked with a bunch, and you've worked with one in the ship, and working together, You just kind of rely on the muscle memory that you've built up working on that magical oven for the past few months. And you turn it, and it looks like 190 to you, just a little bit short of 200, and you hope that it's about right. And you do watch as, after a couple of minutes, you start to feel a little heat coming off of the oven, and you can see that there's a little bit of rippling as the temperature kind of radiates off of it. But after like the third or fourth minute, you all realize that the cork exterior of the oven is getting hotter. Probably the inside too, but like, I don't know, the cork is starting to glow a little bit.
Well, don't touch that. Are we supposed to wait till it's done preheating before we go on to step 3, or
Reheating is like 30 minutes, right?
I don't know if it'll take all that long. Only 190, maybe 10, 15, depending on the oven.
Okay.
Step 3 looks like it might be kind of a bitch, so we might want to get started on it.
What is step 3?
Gently coax seed into dirt. It is bashful and ever vigilant. Don't peek. So I don't know how long that's going to take, but we might want to get started.
Let's start.
Y'all work on that. I'm going to keep an eye on this oven. I don't like the way it's smoking.
All right, how do we just put the seeds on and massage it in?
Well, we currently have a jar of dirt with like seed packet inside of it. I think this is the
Okay.
case.
Yep.
Do we take the seeds out of the packet?
We have to
We have to take the seeds out of the packet and put it in the dirt, I would think.
Well, what
Can
if
you
that's
talk to
what it
them,
means
Nono?
by not peeking, is we ain't supposed to take them out of the packet.
Talk to the
Oh.
seed.
Can I give this a shot?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take out my cloak and I'm gonna kind of pin it up like a little curtain so that I don't look
Okay.
into the jar or anything.
All right.
And I'm gonna take my hand and I'm gonna reach into the jar without looking, still kind of like keeping my head away and everything. I'm just gonna like try and one-handed just tear a little seam in the packet and say, "Okay, now into the dirt. It's okay." I'm just gonna gently like coax them and try and like sing sweet nothings to these seeds and try and just like, listen, see if I hear anything wiggling around in the dirt or feel anything brush past my hand.
As you rip the packet open and kind of like gently tilt out, I like to think that the red hot oven is producing like a backlight so you can kind of see the shadows through this curtain of your hands opening the packet in the jar or whatever. And you try to just gently coax it out. And you sort of tip the packet, and as you do, at first there's nothing, and you kind of like, you can feel that there's something in there, but it's not moving and it's not falling out. But then after a few seconds of tilting it, you watch as this tiny little, almost cartoon-like 3-fingered hand like reaches out at the edge of the packet, and then another one, and then this tiny little shape of like a tiny little seed pokes its head out over the edge, and it's like, are you sure? No one's gonna see me.
No one's gonna see. It's okay. You just get in there. We got a curtain up and everything, so you're nice and private.
There's a whole curtain.
Well, yeah, we want to make sure that you got your privacy. So
Give me a persuasion check.
absolutely.
I am dying.
Well,
I'm already out of almost all my resources, so let's tack a flash of genius on that.
Attaboy.
So buff that up to a solid 23.
all right. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Oh, I believe in you.
You know, I'm just getting ready. Okay. Okay, 1, 2. And then it just starts screaming in this tiny little voice as it makes a mad dash over the edge of the packet and over to the jar, where it suddenly climbs in, and dirt starts kicking up in all directions as it starts to dig itself into this jar of dirt, until eventually the tiny little scream is muffled by all of the dirt over it, and it goes quiet, and it seems to have buried itself into the dirt.
You guys, what the fuck?
You know, maybe Nomad was right. Maybe we do need to put steel on our bodies, because this thing seems to be very strange.
Yeah.
Can't wear armor, you guys.
You don't. It doesn't have to be armor. You just have to put steel on you. Wear the spoon.
I pick up that jar immediately and slam it into the oven. Shut that fucking door.
Alright.
No one opened this for any
6
reason.
hours.
Yeah, for any reason it says, which
Yeah.
I take to mean that there's going to try to give us some reason.
So, almost as if on cue, as you slam this jar into the oven
Lock it. Lock it. Lock it.
and close it, you hear the
There's
tiny
so much
voice.
screaming.
Just this horrible, awful, tiny voice screaming from the inside of the oven
Well,
For 6 hours?
for 6 hours.
Oh,
it's a real shame that I don't have that gift for Flick done yet. Anyway, good luck with this. I'm gonna go work on that and not listen to any of this anymore.
I
Yeah.
come with you.
we got 6 hours and we need to get
Oh.
some steel, apparently.
I don't know if I can meditate with this much noise going on.
I mean, some people are gonna have to watch this thing because God knows somebody's gonna come along and ask questions.
I'll stay and watch it.
Over the next 6 hours, it begins pleading with you. It tells you that it has a family. It tells you that you're being fooled. This is a mistake. Please, you're killing me. You're hurting me. I have children. And all these terrible, awful things. You've all resolved and made up your mind to not let this thing out for any reason whatsoever.
It's fine. I'm evil.
But yeah, this...
While that's happening, can I collect all the remainder Mind Flayer chainmail and like stack them together in like a 10-foot cube?
Absolutely.
So I can. Yeah, and then I'm going to use Fabricate to turn them all into something people can wear, not necessarily.
Okay. So... Alright.
Like even if it's like steel foil.
Yeah, so...
Steel foil.
So like the thing I'm trying to understand, so like the only metal clothing that you can really make is either plate armor or chainmail, and I feel like chainmail is already about as close as you get to metal clothing.
A ring or some jewelry.
Yeah,
that's
but
true.
not like real armor, because some of the people here will be actually like fucked over by wearing armor.
Okay, I see the intent of this. I see the purpose now.
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Something
Gauntlet
worn.
or wristband.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you gauntlets, wristbands,
Like
rings, circlets.
some ankle weights to make my kicks better.
Sure. I mean, just make your suggestion.
It's like endurance training for my feet.
Endurance training for your feet. Okay, weirdo. But yeah, just make your suggestions and he'll try and fashion it.
Just a ring will be fine for me.
Yeah. He's gonna give himself proficiency in Smith's tools for this.
Excellent.
Bunch of nomad holy. Yeah, they're all gonna have holy symbols of nomad on them.
So yeah, you guys work together, and over the course of about 10 minutes are able to make yourselves an assortment of just different wearable steel items. Things that you're able to kind of put on your body to meet the qualifications of steel thyself, hopefully.
Steal thyself, I hope.
While that's going on, Nordo, what's up?
So, not to add roleplay to this,
Not too
but
bad.
I would Nordo moves a little bit further away from the oven so that the screaming and bleeding are not quite as loud, and waves Cal over
Yeah, what's
if he's around.
Yeah, no, yeah. What's what the fuck is all this?
Yeah, don't mind. It's a long explanation.
Are you
Just
like
for now.
you like trying to get information out of that thing or something?
Apparently, we're trying to get some plant that grants wishes, maybe, but is also going to take us to some tree in another world. Anyway, it's just a magic item. It's not actually a person in there. It's just a trick, apparently.
Oh, okay. Weird.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask, when we're done here, when this is over, we're going to send the rest of the orcs over to Tramus as our plan. Well, I guess I'll start by asking. I hope they didn't treat you too poorly since I've been gone.
I mean, no worse than they did before, I guess. Maybe even a little better since I wasn't hanging with you. You know, they never treated us great to begin with, but I
It was
did all
always
right.
their way.
I held my own.
Looks like you learned to fight pretty good, and they always had a bit of respect for that, at least.
Yeah, well, I learned most of that from you.
Yeah. When we send them off, I was hoping you'd stay with us. I don't know what you want to do, where you want to go. I know all them years ago they took you from your home. I don't know if you want to try to go back home or what you want to do, but if you want to stay with us, you're more than welcome. If you want to take back home, we'll take you.
Well, I wouldn't mind swinging by just to see if there is anything. I don't suppose I have high hopes, but assuming that there's not, which is probably the case, I'd rather be with you and out here than back there. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, honestly.
Nordo kind of glassy eyes a little bit and just says, I don't know why I seem stupid now. I was worried you weren't going to want to come with me, or you were never going to want to see me again, or you were going to think I left you and didn't come back for you on purpose or something, but I'm glad to hear it. It's good to be with you again. I missed having you around.
You came around. You came back. We don't always get to choose when we do it.
Still, I wish it would have been sooner. But we're here now.
Indeed. And he kind of looks back over at this oven that is still just screaming.
Yeah, and as far as taking you home, you might have to come with us to this weird other world that this screaming plant's gonna take us to, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I suppose.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Sure. We'll see what that's all about.
Beats traveling with the Crimson Hand.
That's for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna try to sleep through all this screaming and begging.
Good luck. Nomad, what's up?
Right. Earlier there was 10 hours. Could I have used that to short rest?
If you sleep during it, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that.
Notably, you are limited to one per day, but you could have done yours earlier, so you don't have to now. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be up there. Yeah, I'll just take my short rest because I need it.
Yep. You guys woke up very early, so those of you that wanted to sleep ahead of the time probably could have done that.
So,
it sounded like maybe Ace was interested in doing that too. Anyway.
Yep.
6 hours goes by. During that time, Gale is able to get some crafting done. So if you want to go and give me a check. Fuck, I thought that 9 was his crafting check for a second. I'm like, oh my god, we
No.
actually get a shitty magic item for once. 27. Yeah, it does exactly what you'd expect. It has, it requires attunement, and it lets you just cast that spell at will.
Cool. Then yeah, we'll go over click and just say, hey, I know you don't have any like other items to attune to because you don't want to rip out your eyeball, which makes sense. Speaking from
Right.
experience.
Yeah, I imagine.
So I got you this thing. I think you might be able to make use of it. It's just a wand that lets you cast a spell, and I will send you that.
Ooh. Thank you. Cool. Yeah, yeah, more magic items are better.
I'll get you a card at some point, but yeah. At will casting of that spell requires attunement. Pretty standard. But yeah, so you guys started at 10, so that would put it around 4 in the morning.
I do attempt to sleep and get a short rest. I don't know if I'm
Sure.
able to because I stay close enough to that thing.
So if you like, as long as you're like away enough, like if you go back to the ship or somewhere, you'll be fine. If you're trying to like sleep out on the beach, it's probably going to be a bad time. And notably, when you come back at 4 in the morning, there's no sign of Sunkel.
Perfect.
We'll have
I-
to get cigarettes, huh?
I don't leave without I don't go too far from the cork. I go like far enough down the beach that I can still hear the screaming, just because I don't want to leave it unattended.
Sure.
So I don't know if I make like a check to try to get arrested or not. But
Yeah. Oh my god, what would this even be? Give me a Constitution check, I guess.
Look.
You're fine. I don't know how to justify this, but you're able to sleep. You've slept through terrible things before? What is this? I don't know.
That's probably actually true, so that works.
Honestly, just being back home does a lot to just kind of put you at ease. But yeah, crack of dawn. A lot of you used to waking up early because you had to do it yesterday morning to kind of assault the god shell or god skull. At 4 in the morning, you guys all wake up, and the screaming, as you kind of all gather around, suddenly stops.
Oh,
Would it be done in the morning or by midnight?
damn.
Yes, exactly. So it's not until 4 a.m.
Yeah, you guys started around 10ish.
Oh wait, so did we accidentally start this way later than we meant to? Because it has to cool overnight still.
Oh, wait. Well, I forgot the 10ish was because of the 3 hours from Gil stripping the stones, but you guys would have started before him. So that would put it at like midnight. A little after midnight.
Okay. Yeah, we need to hustle through these next steps to make sure we can let this cool still before the cocks crow.
Do you have a cock?
I think it's a metaphor, but I don't know nothing else. about this
Everything
metaphor
here
yet,
has
so-
been. Nothing has been a metaphor so far.
We have those dirty pictures.
How do we make them crow?
I'm sure this jar will do it for us.
That's fair.
Yeah, let's just take it one
I'm
step.
afraid to think about it too much.
Right,
That's
let's cover ourselves in steel.
step 5, steal thyself. So let's get our steel.
Here, grab your accessory. AKA holy symbols.
Alright, you
You
guys
need
all
like a bucket of
put on all of these things. Elise, who for the record did not sleep last night and sat 4 feet away from this thing wide-eyed the entire time. Make sure that all of her armor is still on and she gets her shield and her sword ready.
I will bring a bucket of fresh water over.
We're merging Nordo with something.
Sorry, I was just trying to get my shit back in there. Alright then. Seems to have quieted down. I guess that means it's time. I will open the door of the oven and see what is inside.
All right, as you open the door of the oven, there's a little heat wave that kind of emanates. You can see that a lot of the cork has kind of burned and charred and blackened and started to peel away from the iron. It's very hot, and I assume you probably use Mage Hand or something like that to reach in and grab the jar. And you can see that the jar is still a glass jar. It's a little bit kind of smoky around the rim. But inside the jar, where there was dirt before, there is now this kind of just swirling, clear liquid. Looks like water. I mean, it honestly just looks like a jar full of water.
And what's this word here mean in wax?
I think we're gonna find out. And I'm gonna slowly start pouring some fresh water in.
I say I'll pour some water on too.
All right, you pour some water into the jar, and nothing really seems to happen. Like the water level goes up. It goes up to about the rim of the jar, but then nothing happens.
I think I know what it's trying to say. I'm just a little concerned about what's going to happen.
What are we?
So keep pouring it in, right? I don't see
No.
any in-waxing happen yet.
I'm going to reach out and grab the jar with, an oven mitt or something.
All right.
And just pour the water, into my hand.
Alright.
From in the jar.
You kind of tilt the jar over and you pour the water into your hand. And as you do, you can see that where the water touches your skin, this white, filmy, waxy substance starts to build up and kind of spread across your skin.
I'll stop for a second.
Yeah. It's a little warm to the touch, like when you dip your finger in a recently lit candle, but apart from that, it just feels like wax on your skin.
I don't feel fully waxed as of yet, but if I kept pouring, I reckon we'd get there.
Cool.
we
Let's
want
start
it?
waxing you.
Are
Is
you
there
going to
enough
become the
water to
beast?
Oh.
Turtle wax.
Ha.
Well, do you want this to be me or somebody else? I don't mind doing it, but
Not me, because I'd never get it out of my feathers.
Let's do it for the pun. But also, this is a good reason for you to take a good long rest for a while. Like 9 months.
perfect. This will turn me into a statue, and I'll come back in 4 weeks.
In 4 weeks. And everything will be fine.
I'm pregnant.
Yes, I think 9 months. You got the wrong part of a baby.
Yeah.
I don't know how children are made, okay?
They're born and they gestate for 9 months. Right.
But the tadpoles.
I'll help in wax Nordo.
All right.
There's
So-
a sentence.
This
Do
is
you wanna
somebody's
help
fetish,
you,
isn't
Ray?
it?
We're waxing the turtle. I don't know, maybe like a car waxing feather?
Are you worried about
Like
your
it's-
old friend coming back and seeing this? Tell
He's
me about
not
my
coming back.
mom getting rubbed down by everybody and waxed.
Frankly, I get the sense he really didn't want to talk to me about it, and I suspect he might be either not coming back or waiting until we're gone. I got the sense he didn't really like talking to me too much. Or at least not about my mom. Anyhow, if he comes back and I'm waxed and indisposed, I'm sure you'll be kind enough to let him know what's going on.
Of
Or maybe
course.
don't. I trust your judgment.
Mason stools.
It could be pretty funny to not let him know.
Gale, with surprising proficiency, grabs out... What the fuck is that tool called? You know the one.
Trowel.
Yeah,
Big
trowel.
spatula.
Oh, yeah. In between all of you, you were able to slowly pour this water over. Yeah, that one. Over Nordo, until every square inch of him is covered in this weird, white, waxy substance. And it's kind of relaxing. It starts to smell after, like, the first minute or two, kind of minty, actually. And then after a couple more minutes go by, the mint smell fades, and then it starts to smell like blueberry. A couple more minutes go by, and then you get this real citrusy, like kiwi or something like that. And you just get wave after wave of weird flavors from all of this wax.
Not a way to die. Is anyone else having a stroke right now?
I got a few.
What's the next instructions?
But then, you spend probably a good 10 to 15 minutes getting him totally encased until every square inch is covered. And nothing seems to happen right away, but then, Nordo, you start to feel this, like, knot twisting in your stomach, this horrible stomachache feeling.
Just give him the shits.
I mean, for lack of a better term, kind of, it sort of feels like it. But then all at once you feel a kick, like, from inside of your belly.
Oh God, you are pregnant. This is not how I learned babies were made.
That was so fast, though.
I assume I'm like
Expecting, right?
incapable of moving or speaking or
Oh, you
anything. currently.
can, and as you move, it cracks a little around the seam. But then when the next kicking pain right in your stomach kind of hits, I need a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my God, it's gonna burst out of
Who's the father?
wax.
You, because you poured it on.
Where's my Nordo Gale ship is.
It's here. It's arrived. Skipped all of the stages before having a child
So-
together.
Yeah,
Uh,
this is the PG version of having sex. It's like kissing in Star Wars.
Right.
This is at least PG-13.
Nordo, the third kick is such a huge escalation from the first and second ones that it catches you totally off guard. You are suddenly dropped to your knees with one of the worst and weirdest painful experiences that you've ever had. Like just getting a straight kick to the nuts or something along those lines. You drop to your knees and you feel this horrible pain work its way up your stomach, through your chest, up your throat, and then there's this horrible gagging and stretching as you begin to heave and gag. You take 30 points of force damage until after about a 10-second awful ordeal, this creature is shunted out of your throat and mouth, starting one bit at a time, with feathers and weird pale skin, like a half defeathered chicken. And there's a cough and a hack and a spit, and covered in slime. This awful creature is eventually dropped out like a lump on the ground on the beach. And it takes a second to kind of kick itself free and begins to flap its weird little wings and shake off all of this goo and slime.
It's the cock.
And eventually, once it finally stands up, looking back at you with tiny little beady black eyes is a half-plucked chicken that just stares menacingly at all of you.
The yarn of wool, quick! The yarn of wool.
I'll use the yarn,
Uh,
and I'm gonna try and grab this thing.
Well,
Alright.
what's happening? Can I try and heal Nord?
Absolutely.
What? Are you half health, Nord?
Yeah, 27 out of 60.
Dang. Let's do this.
Oh, that's good initiative.
Oh no, initiative.
At the
Oh,
Holy fuck,
yeah,
Gale.
nice.
Oh no. Elise is like at the ready. She's got the jar of honey. She's got rope that she's dipped out of it. And she springs into action, but the chicken is just too fast. And as soon as she like twitches, the chicken starts running. Gale, give me an initiative check real quick. See if you can beat it.
Can I get in on this too?
Sure, everybody roll initiative. If you can beat a 21, you go before it.
Oh, no.
Oh no!
I need to
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Excellent.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, Flick. Hey!
And I'm gonna tack on a flash of genius so that I can beat this thing.
Alright. Flick and Gale, with lightning reflexes, both leap for this thing before it can react. Gale handily just reaches out with this fucking massive gauntlet and just grabs it by the neck and just like holds it still.
I just hang it. I start like waving it above my head. I got it.
It is kicking and screaming and cawing and making all of these awful noises. Everybody else is like trying to scramble in.
God, it's crowing. Do you think it's cool? Do we apply fire now?
Oh, you gotta let it cool overnight. All the way overnight, not till the cocks crow. Is it crowing?
Sounds like it's crowing.
It's not cockadoodling.
Yeah.
It's got a cockadoodle.
It's making a bunch of real terrible noises, but none of them are a cockadoodle do.
Elise, pass me the yawn.
Yeah, so she starts handing out the yarn and working with all of you. And because of Gale's incredibly tight grip as he chokes this chicken, you guys are all able to work together and bind this terrible creature in wool dipped in honey. And after about 30 or 40 seconds of hog-tying this weird creature, it kind of goes quiet and accepts its fate.
I mean, I have to divine sense.
I appreciate it.
Gil grabbing the thing.
Give me a luck check, Mo.
Oh.
Oh man. What does that imply?
Son of a goddamn bitch.
Even lucky when I'm unlucky.
Oh, I just fucking whispered that to myself like an idiot.
Okay, rude. You didn't have to bring that up.
That's a deep cut. That's from an in-person game.
In fact, didn't have to bring it up either. But
It's incredible.
Guess who shared that story?
I've never been betrayed like this before.
And on your birthday too.
Your own birthday.
Alright, I sent you some information on Telegram.
This episode is a gift.
It is a real treasure.
Right. As you guys tie this thing, you do notice a couple of things. First, very hot to the touch. Not enough to cause any sort of like real damage, but it's like handling a hot dish right out of the dishwasher. And it doesn't seem to go away quickly, not as quickly as you would expect anyway. The second thing that you can see is that under the feathers, it does seem to have these kind of transparent, almost glass-like scales.
Now, I know those are supposed to cure incontinence and erectile dysfunction, but don't suppose we need any of those, so...
Probably not.
I mean, there's Yule over there.
Yule
How
might
old
have
is
it.
she? I'm sure her bladder's probably going to give out eventually.
She'll probably croak before then.
Okay.
I can't see her letting herself get to that point. She'll off herself before she gets incontinence.
To speed the cooling process slightly, I'm gonna swing this thing at the end of the rope and then like toss it up and dangle it over a branch so it's kind of like higher up.
Excellent.
And hopefully more of like a breeze will get to it that way. And
I can gust it occasionally too.
I feel like we shouldn't personally interfere with it,
You're probably right. Point.
but I feel like using nature is kind of like a cheat.
I light my tobacco pipe and start smoking.
I mean,
All
at
right.
least it's not screaming anymore.
It dangles, and you guys all let it sit, and presumably some of you go back to sleep some more, and Elise continues to watch with glee at this entire ridiculous scenario, but does eventually pass out leaned against a tree.
I step in.
I want to try talking to it. I want to see if it's pleasant in conversation.
Stay up all night practicing my kicks.
Foul oppressor, unhand me.
No. I wonder if he means foul, like because he's a bird, or I'm using the wrong voice. There we go. It's better.
That would make sense.
It does stand to reason. And if the 3 smartest people in this group come to that conclusion,
That has to be it.
You know, for some reason, when I read the 7th step, I kind of expected that last line to be in relation to, like, you know, the whole curing incontinence thing. Like, it would be an awkward conversation to talk to other people about. I didn't expect the chicken to talk.
I didn't expect a chicken at all, so this is all a surprise to me.
Wait, do you think we should kill it while the harvest moon's here? Like, oh no, because it has to crow in the morning? I don't understand.
Yeah, I think if
Yeah,
we
we
kill
gotta-
it, then we get the chaos spring.
Yeah, solve all your problems with violence. It's all you people know how to do.
That's not true.
I mean, like 90% of us, yes.
It does seem kind of true for most of our time.
Imbeciles.
What are you talking about? I solve all of my problems through quiet meditation and introspection.
I don't even know what introspection means, which is how I know you never said it before.
Oh, Nordo.
I'm gonna go apologize to all the orcs.
Okay. Sure.
For what?
For
Or was that out loud?
That was out loud. Letting someone.
Did we ever
die.
let those ones out of their room?
Yeah, we got through.
Okay, I'm just making sure we didn't leave like 20 people jammed in a room.
I mean, if you didn't, they would
No,
all
they
be
get-
expelled anyway.
They get shunted out eventually.
Right.
Safe for letting them die?
Well, yeah, like, you know, the wind elementals, and then when Ace and I got upstairs, a bunch of them just got like shoved right into that thing. You know, it happened so quick.
That wasn't your fault, little dragon. I ain't gonna stop you from going and talking to them, but I can tell you they'll all see it the same way. They died fighting. They died bravely. They'll all think of it as an honor. At least that's been my experience with them.
It's not an honor to throw your life away or have it taken.
Yeah, I think you're right, little dragon. That's something I've learned from traveling with all y'all. Is it isn't shameful to survive, but the way I grew up, the way I was taught was you walked away from a fight without being hurt, or walked away from a fight alive. It almost meant you a coward or a weakling or something, like you didn't fight. But like I said, I ain't gonna stop you or nothing, but I don't think you owe them any explanations.
I'm gonna give them one anyways.
You got a good heart, little dragon.
You too.
I'm gonna watch this cock.
If we sleep, we should probably keep Moat and Vasu on separate shifts.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned they're gonna get ahead of themselves with applying the fire.
Did someone say fire? Is it time?
No, I haven't heard it crowing yet.
Real quick, let's let Gale go apologize, and we'll jump to Flair.
I just go apologize. Say like, I'm sorry that I couldn't save the rest of them and that sort of thing.
One of them kind of bends down, and it's actually the one that punched you really hard. He seems to have taken a liking to you. He puts a big hand on your shoulder. He's like, little dragon, it's not always possible to save everyone. Sometimes the best you can do is treat the ones who are left as well as you can and lead them to a better tomorrow. You did good.
I can do better.
He nods and he gives this big toothy grin. I believe you probably can, actually. Growing's an ongoing thing. You learned a lesson here, and you'll learn more tomorrow, and sooner or later, you'll be the best you that your tiny little self can be.
And then he walks away.
Flick.
All right, I want to steal some of those scales for emergency.
Erectile dysfunction emergencies.
So like, this thing is being watched. There's no way around it. How do you want to? Are you just doing it, or are you trying to make it look like you're doing something else, or what's your approach here?
Can I sneak up in the tree, then crawl over, then down the rope and see if they're not watching enough?
Okay, so you'll have to kind of stake out for a long time and try to catch a moment when, like, no one is looking. It's going to be kind of difficult, but you can certainly try to do it, and it is dark out. So, like, maybe you'll catch a time when everybody's distracted by something. You can give me a stealth check to try to do it.
Okay.
It's also yarn for the cat.
It's true.
For what it's worth, Nordo has produced his second sketchbook he's got from the monastery and is literally sketching this chicken.
Yeah,
So.
like, there's a lot of people that are watching this. 20, I think, is not even high enough to really find an opportunity where no one is looking. So yeah, there's pretty much eyes on this thing for most of the night.
All right, I'm gonna lie and say that they're just in case Yule starts pissing herself.
At least let me help so you don't accidentally let it out.
Right.
All right.
I'm so concerned about her with my 28 deception.
Good enough for me.
One or both of you can give me survival with advantage because you got some help, and also it's restrained.
Oh, good. I'm glad I asked you for help and didn't just do this, because I would have fucked it up.
Ooh, that's pretty bad.
It's
That
restrained.
is pretty bad.
It's not your best work, and you only get maybe like 7 or 8 of these tiny little glass scales before it just starts wriggling and squirming and squawking too much to really get any more out. But you do get 8 glasscock scales.
Glasscock. Excellent.
Oh,
I'm sure they will ever be relevant in this campaign, but I'm writing them down.
No, I have no idea that Drake specifically will make me regret giving them to you guys. And I can't wait.
We force feed the Tarask 8 glasscock scales and we can get his raging boner to destroy the Firefood's roost.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Anyway, unless...
Look, man, we got some, like, nudie images and those scales now. Those are real good bargaining chips against some people.
We're going to be up against some fae, and...
I'm just saying, there are some guards we could bribe. We're real easy now.
Heck yeah.
Unless you guys have any other shenanigans, the night does go smoothly, and you guys do eventually wake up early in the morning. And it appears that the cock has cooled, and at the crack of dawn, around 5:30 or so, it just begins cock-a-doodle-doing from its horrible restrained perch dangling from a tree.
Suppose it's time to apply fire, Moat and Bossy.
On 3?
On 3. You start.
Alright, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Alright, you guys both blast this thing. And as you do, it begins letting out this horrible, awful chicken screech. No! You're making a mistake! And then it begins to melt and drip and drip. Some of the flames kind of flicker up the length of this wool string that has been dipped in honey until eventually part of it blackens and snaps. And like a drop of wax landing on a table, there's a splat. But then all at once, as soon as it lands, there's this popping noise. And where there was a melted chicken, there is now a very large, entirely purple candle with a wick that is currently lit and on fire. It's about the size of a forearm.
Make 2 wishes.
hold back
and then blow
patches.
it out.
Patches materialize.
Right.
Hold it back.
Stand back, grandson. So we got to whisper 2 wishes, and speak not these wishes for the rest of thine life, lest they come true to thine horror. So maybe since Vasu and Moat were the 2 what applied the fire, they can make the wishes as well.
It seems like whoever's blowing forcefully in step 11 should be the one to make the wishes, right? Like you make your wishes and then blow out the candles.
It is your birthday.
It is your birthday.
It is
It's pretty weird if
birthday.
And it'd be real weird if 2 guys were blowing on the same cock candle together. So I'll let you have this one, buddy.
Alternatively, perhaps it should be whoever is able to keep their wishes secret for the rest of their lives.
Fair point. So
I mean, Yule's not going to be alive much longer, right?
that's fair.
That's
Yeah,
mean.
it's also not great at keeping secrets, though. I mean, she told us all she was a racist within just hours of meeting her.
Fair.
I kept my secret for 42 sessions. That's where my name came from.
Yeah,
True.
I think you probably should do it.
I still
Or
think
maybe Elise can, since she was so excited about it.
my vote's still for Moat. I get a feeling from another world that it's his birthday and he should blow out the candle.
God, I wish it wasn't.
It's technically not your birthday anymore. Wish that Sylvia holds the baby for another month or so we can keep playing.
That would be
Another
terrible,
month.
terrible news for
That would
everyone
be-
involved.
That'd be pretty bad. Elise's like, I'm okay at keeping secrets, I guess.
She can barely be common, so
You have been excited about this, Lise.
You can give it to Nibbler.
I don't want to. I mean, if someone else wants it,
I say Lise does it. Anybody disagree?
I've got 1 if you want to do 1. Mine's not super important, so if you want both, go for it.
it doesn't say the wish come true. It just says whisper 2 wishes.
Matter of fact, says they will come true to that horror if you do say them.
Yeah, I probably
Seems
shouldn't say anything.
All right,
like if
Gail's going to step up and whisper 2 things.
excellent.
Aww.
Feel free to privately send me those 2 things. Or say them out loud if you want.
I'm actually going to whisper 1 because I can only think of 1.
Okay, I've got 1 too.
Alright. each of you guys, you can either stage whisper it out loud, or you can send it to me in an actual whisper. It's your call.
Get ready for work. Catch you guys later.
Later.
Still here for now.
Okay, it has to be an in-world wish. Come on.
Okay. Well, that.
Points for creativity, though.
Now I want to know what that was.
Well,
Just
since,
wish that you weren't cursed anymore. It's fine.
it doesn't work.
I mean, unless we want to, like, canonically establish Trade as a character.
I do. Well, that was my only idea, so somebody else
Mine's
take it.
mean, so
Yours is
but it's out
mean. I
there.
didn't want to say anything, but now that you have, I can.
Go, Elise. Let Elise take one of the wishes.
I
Though
think
to
so as
her horror, though.
Okay.
I have my reasons for it.
Alright. She leans forward and she whispers something to the candle and then steps back. Gives a little nod.
That's Elise, and that's Flick. We have our whispers.
You two blow on it.
Forcefully, mind you.
Alright. As soon as you blow, there is a puff as the fire is blown out. The candle suddenly pops out of existence, and sitting in its place in a pretty nice, beautiful little crystal, tall-necked vase, is a flower. Let me see. Or not really a flower, it's more of a sprig. It's like a long vine or a sprig or a branch off of a plant. And at first it just looks like this bare sprig, almost straight with little branches on it. But then you can see that very rapidly over the next few seconds, it starts to produce flowers of all sorts of different shapes and colors that don't match or go together or anything like that. And then all of those flowers suddenly grow and then shrink and recede and then turn into berries and fruits of different kinds. And it just continues to sprout these flowers. They turn into berries. The berries drop off. They rapidly wither. And it's just this constant, ever-changing sprig of fruits and flowers and berries that sits in this vase.
Well, there we have it.
I'm still not convinced that I'm not just having a fever dream right now.
I ain't either. I think we might have all died on top of that tower when that laser hit us, and the rest of this has all been just some big hallucination.
Oh,
This
we're
is a pretty-
alive.
Alright.
Is this where we cut it?
Yeah, it's really, really late. I assume at some point that this thing does get identified. I will show it real quick.
Yes, please.
But the only thing that really happens of note is that when the morning comes around, Sungul never shows up. He does not return to the camp.
Just really quick before we do wrap, can I try to follow his footprints and go wherever he went?
Sure. Give me a survival check.
I'll help him
Sure.
He was never
because
there.
because humanoid stuff.
Except that he was a ghost.
This is so cool.
Alright, Nordo, with the Ace's help, you do a little bit of looking around, and you follow the tracks as recent as you can. One of the things that you do notice is that there are some other turtle tracks that seem to be a few days old, that look like they kind of showed up and sat here and talked for a while, and did a little bit of walking back and forth, and kind of even over to the graveyard. But you focus in on the tracks that were left last night, and you find that they seem to go out for a couple of miles, just kind of going through this island, until they reach this kind of sunken valley that's really kind of hidden from view unless you know exactly where you're looking at it. It dips down between a couple of large rocks into a muddy little ravine where you find, with a 17, bizarre and troubling signs of a struggle, signs of something being dragged, probably a body being dragged. But especially troubling to you are there's an indication that this struggle, this conflict, went down, not necessarily last night, but a little longer than that, like a day, maybe a day and a half ago. And as you kind of follow all of these signs of a struggle and a body being dragged, you follow it around a boulder, and there you find a body, a turtle body, the body of Sunkel, which looks like it has been dead. Give me a medicine check.
What?
But who was phone?
But who was found?
It looks like it has been dead for about a day and a half.
I'm gonna ping for humanoids and aberrations, I guess, and see if the numbers match up, if there's anyone else on the island.
You kind of ping and you ping and you ping a couple more times when you get back. And when you ping, once you've returned to the beach, you don't sense that there are any humanoids other than you, your party, and the orcs on the boat. However, you do get a ping from a single aberration coming from the boat with all of the orcs on it. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
No.
Single operation on the boat.
Oh my god. It was the Skinwalker or something.
The hash-slinging slasher.
Hash-slinging slasher. Well, guys, I'm not going to be here next week, probably.
I'll tell you
Well,
I
everything.
don't know that.
Oh, I'm sure he'll still watch it. You still got to get our titles.
Oh yeah, I'm still going to write the wikis.
Yes, that's fair.
It is what it